The 2 1.6 is here. We are ready for the game-changing update to Automobilista 2. I hope everyone's ready for the game change. I am excited. I've not tried AMS2 1.6 at all. I wanted to come into it as everyone came into it, following on from a small period of small bits of hype and not too many developer posts hyping up the update. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. I think AMS2 is pretty good, generally speaking. Even before 1.6, we play it on the Steam Deck quite a lot. I think if you play with the gamepad, really good sim. It runs really nice on the Steam Deck. Great in VR if you want something to just play through. AI is quite fun. Single player is quite fun. This is before 1.6. So basically, the way I've seen it is like a super polished version of Project Cars 2 in many ways, with different content, improvements and tweaks to handling and things, and a lot of bug fixing and stuff. But obviously, the question has always been, if you've played AMS2 before 1.6, the driving is basically hovercraft driving. The meta is drive with the steering wheel, slap the accelerator, like turn the steering wheel, point the car, it goes where it goes, and everything flops around with no real momentum or weight transfer. You know, the handling's never been really its strongest point, so it's not been, you know, it's in the ballpark of a simulator, or was. So I say great with the gamepad previously, fun in VR, nice force feedback, lots of stuff going for it, but just not anywhere close to the same level as like AMS1, Race Room, AC1. Maybe better than iRacing in some ways and not in other ways. So it's going to be really interesting to see how 1.6 transforms things. If you were to go by the developer posts, now we should be able to travel through space and time. But that's iRacing do that with dev posts. Most developers do that. And if you were to go by AMS2 community, 1.6 should basically make us levitate as soon as you wake up. Your peen should be fully extended, supposedly. So we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Hello, guys in chat. Best sim of 2019. I'm ready for some. I'm ready to get attacked by fanboys. I prepared myself. Oh, you were levitating. Well, a 5K I rating is pretty levitating. Get ready to float. We're just downloading the 15 gig update. It's nice that it has dropped. Good timing. Black Friday. Good job. There's already been some weird developer forum posts which are a bit strange. I have to say, I actually think their marketing, Reza marketing, are really good. Like, I think Renato does a really good job of hyping the game up, and I think that's the job of the developer, to be honest. Like, I do think there's issues with iRacing for any of these developers, where they do posts about physics changes and stuff, and they're very vague or just like wish-washy, and a lot of it's, you know, effectively sort of snake oil in many ways, even if it's good intentions and even if they're not lying. But it's from a business perspective, it's the job. It's the job of the developer to hype things up. And you can't deny, I think Reza have done an amazing job of hyping up 1.6. Like, the most, like, AMS2 has probably some of the most vapid and insane fanboys of any of the simulators. I'd say probably worse than iRacing. And then there's been loads of hype for it, and people are talking about it. And at the end of the day, even if 1.6 was exactly the same as the previous version, AMS2 is not a terrible game. Like, it's fine. Like, as I said, play it on the Steam Deck. It's great. Game great with the gamepad. A lot of people really enjoy it with the wheel. It's not a bad game, so it's great to market it. There's a lot of people who buy it and enjoy it. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how things go. I just The narratives that appear around AMS2 are really weird and what people latch onto. It's so strange. So strange. Also, the news is that the low fuel motorsport thing, which is quite nice. There's weirdness. I sort of feel like unless a game has ranking built into it, I think that's a really big problem. I think Low Fuel Motorsport did an amazing job with ACC and they filled in a gap. And I think Low Fuel Motorsport is good. But I think they'll have a problem as more developers just put ranking straight into the game. Every patch announcement is framed like AMS2's finally fixed. That's all sim developers do that though. I mean, you have to like Microsoft Flight Sim developers have been crazy with their, like the launch of Microsoft Flight Sim was so bad, and the bugs in the single player, you can't even play through the single player properly. Like it just doesn't work as a game, which is. And then the developer posts are like, oh, we've got the servers working. It's like people have spent £150 on a game. They expect the game to work. But having said that, the funny thing with Microsoft Flight Sim is we were flying around the Grand Canyon yesterday and it looks incredible. And even without the single player, there's aspects to Flight Sim 24 that are incredible that they didn't really market at all. So it's all weird. Game changing. I haven't tried the new DLCs. We'll have to buy them. So yeah, I don't have. Well, I might actually have a press account somewhere, but I've not accessed any of this stuff. So you get an on this channel. Like, to be fair, even if we do get access to stuff on this channel, you're gonna get unfiltered. Brazil. Alright, but to be honest, I think that 1.7 might actually be better than 1.6 because it's a bigger number. Loading screens are where it's at, yeah. You get brain damage and despair from the rants and menu streams. Yeah, hopefully this all works. We're just downloading now, 60 gigs of 95 gig patching. Games all have to be like 300 gigs now, otherwise they're not a real game. 1.6.1.157. Yeah. That's like a Half-Life 1 update. What's happened to that? Back in the day, updates were like at least 6 digits long with multiple points in them. Things have gone backwards. I tend not to read patch notes until after I've had a go at a game because I just don't want to be influenced by... It's like if you go to an art gallery and you read, like, you can read the description of the painting, right, or the piece of art, which I think defeats the purpose. I think first time consuming something, you should just look at a painting or just enjoy a piece of art and think about it, whatever it makes you think of. Well, that's what you should do with everything, like a brick wall. It doesn't have to be art. Like, just think about everything, think about stuff, and then sure, once you're like had an initial think about it and what have you from your perspective that you've come at it from your whatever your brain's been preconditioned with, then read the description and then see what's see what's been listed out and see if there's anything you missed or there's reasons for certain things. That's what I would recommend doing with a lot of stuff. Exactly. The Tate mod is like there's like a picture of a circle on the wall and it'll be like, oh, the artist John McBoodleflobs was proud to have his work presented in the Tate Modern. This piece of art represents the torturous despair of birth and the emergence into the world involuntarily, and represents the oppression that was suffered under the apartheid regime. You're like, it's a circle, mate. It's like, I liked it. Look, I like the circle. I enjoyed it. I like the texture. I like the paint. I like the shape. I like the placement. I liked it. What you're saying now does not line up with what I'm looking at. Can you disable the ads while streaming? It's annoying. Well, that's how I make money. I mean, if someone wants to donate, like, money to me so I don't have to have adverts, then sure, we can disable the ads. This is my job. I know ads are... Yeah, I agree. The advertising industry on Twitch especially is terrible. Like, they could target adverts a lot better, and they could probably put adverts on the screen in a way that weren't as annoying. But yeah, sadly, this is my job. Like, it doesn't look like this is my job, but I'm professionally incompetent. This is what I bring to the table. Surprisingly, there's not that many people doing what I do, because they either go down the line of being like influencers by being very anodyne and overly positive about stuff and then getting the bag, or they have a life and can't waste their life doing what we do. So I'm in a sweet spot of misery and despair and bad business practices. And as a result, we have to have adverts. Yeah, professionally incompetent. Like the British government, really. Well, that's what inspired me. I used to watch BBC Parliament from the age of 4. I'd tune into my favourite kids TV show, BBC Parliament, and it would be like John Major. And I learnt so much about life and what I wanted to be. And from that moment, I was like, I want to be professionally incompetent, and here we are. Beautiful. House of Lords. House of Lords sounds like something from Lord of the Rings. Welcome to the House of Lords. Or Harry Potter. Harry Potter! We are now in the House of Lords. You have 3 choices to make. Do you go into a peerage? Or do you partake in corruption that the media establishment will hide and make it seem reasonable? Or do you become a businessman? There you go. It's the House of Lords. We shouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. The Matty Online. 300 for just turning up. Oh, here we go. We're ready. We're ready. Let's see what happens, guys. Are you excited? I'm excited. I hope the pedals and everything work. We were playing flight sims last night till like 4 in the morning. Oh, it's launching. I've got to click the launcher. Okay. Click that like button on YouTube, guys, if you hate yourself. Right. Play Automobilista 2. As I say, AMS2. Actually, one of my worries with this update is if they have made the tyres more peaky and less forgiving in some ways, that might make it worse on the Steam Deck. And AMS2 is currently the best racing game, a racing sim, realistic racing game on the Steam Deck. It surprisingly runs good. Quite fun, like the way the AI contacts and stuff works is good. My wheels wobbling. Wait. Calm down. Verifying new UI. I didn't mind the old UI. Right. First flaw. We're faulting it already, guys. Can anyone guess what we're going to point out is the big mistake that they've made with this UI? Can anyone point it out? Like, those of you that do design will understand immediately what we're going to point out here. But can any of you tell what they've messed up straight away? Come on, this is a test. Just talking graphically with the UI. What have they made a mistake on? What is a I'm not going to tell you what is off with this UI. Yes, John Hartley Sim Racing's got it. Too much bevel. Too much bevel. We're back into Windows XP. We're back into Windows XP. Like, this would look so much better if it was either very subtle bevel or squares. Also, these don't line up 100%. Yeah, the rounded borders look awful. Come on. I mean, this looks like something from the 90s or 2000s. Who does that? And this feels like it doesn't line up. Come on. I bet. Hang on. Can we have the MS2 people complaining at us already? Going, oh look, he's complaining about the edges. What an idiot! He's ignoring all the good stuff. Right. These type of square things are good for browsing with the gamepad. If you play like games recently, a lot of them have these kind of sort of square-based UIs like this, and a big part of it is because they're designed around like Microsoft Flight Sim and stuff. They're designed around working with the gamepad, which is actually good for VR users and actually good on PC generally. It's a bit weird when you use a mouse and you're like, why are the buttons so big? But it's actually quite good. Just the bevels are just stupid. It looks so tacky. Right, what we're gonna try out? Test day. There we go. Test the day. We could try this Porsche. So hang on, they've just made everything really big and chunky. I'm not sure if this is better. This is what happened with R-Factor 2 UI, where they like arbitrarily changed the UI and they're like, oh, it's so much better. And it's like, well, what have you done? Oh, we just made it chunky. Okay, but it does make it more clear if you've got sight issues. Hang on, but why is this just... is it just practice because it's test day? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, given that the UI's got red highlights, you would have thought that you'd make the background a contradictory colour so it stands out more, but... Who cares about the UI? Well, given that it's a new UI, it makes sense to comment on it, doesn't it? This looks like a mobile phone game now. Well, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. If it's usable, who cares? The bevels on everything. Like, this is... It looks like a Flash game. Why? Surely someone is... Why is there so much bevel on... Like, okay, some of you are going to go, why is he complaining about the bevels? But it's insane, guys. It's like... It's ridiculous. I mean, I know YouTube. So I think what's inspired this, if you look at YouTube videos, they beveled the edges quite a lot. So YouTube is kind of standing out here, and part of that is I think based off screens and the corner of screens having the bevel on it, and so that's why YouTube went with that design language of that bevel. But for a PC game predominantly that's not played on a mobile phone, it just looks childish, right? Yeah, it looks like, you know, when you first use like what's that Visual Basic or something, and you're just positioning default like thing, like this bevels and then goes straight here, and then this straight bit is like, looks like it's been cropped rather than it like this is so much bevel that you feel like it should be completely round. I'm sorry UI designer for this. I'm sorry whoever designed this, but bloody hell, why these bevels so much? Like, this looks terrible. Good. You know, maybe it works, not maybe it, like, the number one thing for a UI is how it operates, not how it looks. But the amount of, well, they're gonna have to redo every single graphical element with lower bevel to fix that. They've gone bevel mad. Right, we'll give this a go. Hang on, it's a race sim, not a UI perfect sim. No, but they've done a new UI and so it's worth commenting on UIs. And there's I think the bevels have just gone too far. And I think it's an important issue that I think people need to be aware of. Like, it starts with bevels, and before you know it, you don't know where it's going to stop. Like, look at modern GT3 cars, for example. You know, look, we went from Lamborghini, to God knows what we have now. It looks like a bevels are everywhere. Look, they've even beveled Silverstone. Oh dear, what's this view? Okay, let's just drive a car out. We might.
My goodness!
No, I let chat decide. That someone pointed out in chat. Oh, nice grass. 10 out of 10. Look at the grass. Some stinging nettles. I always like the grass in this game. Is this it? Did I load the Porsche Cup car? I can't remember what I loaded. Why are the tyres skidding constantly? Like, the skid sounds ridiculous. Okay, that skid sound, they need to swap that with actual tyre scrub sound that's not terrible. It makes it sound like the car's sliding when it's probably not. Probably just turn that off. Well, this car's nice and drivable. Yeah, if they make the tyre skid sound lower pitch, it will seem more like the tyre trying to grip the road as opposed to sliding. I mean, it's nice and drivable. Not really pushing yet. It does. Yeah, it definitely has an initial floatiness to it rather than an initial bite. So it's still very floaty compared to AMS1, AC, iRacing and what have you. You can see there's a lot of like. It's not like it's bit into a groove. Yeah, it looks like it's got like a half-meter float zone. Yeah, it's still a bit like driving on snow or something with this car. Welcome to the float zone. I mean, we'd have to drive some other car, like the GT1 cars. Be interesting to compare. But the thing is, the force feedback's quite nice in this. Like, you get a good range of force feedback. I think this is drivable. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly nowhere near as good as AMS1 or R Factor 2 or AC or LMU, but in the sense that it's just got that vague sort of floatiness. Oh, it seems to be wanting to encourage us to not like welly it as much sideways. Like the amount of slip it wants the car to be held in, I think, is a bit smaller and encourages you towards that. Well, so you could not find it floaty, but you can literally see in the light. You can literally see the amount of shuffle the cars have in here. You can see it, like the vagueness. It's like the tyres are slightly detached. It's as if you had like underinflated tyres with half a metre wobble on them. But it's fine. Like, it's drivable. I think you can have really good racing with this still. This is what I've always thought with this. And actually, from how this drives now, I think it'll still play really good with the gamepad as well, and still be really good on a Steam Deck. That was one of my worries, is that maybe they would just have it so it's to try and get rid of the slidiness, that they would make the tyres have an instant fall off and no recovery like iRacing does. It doesn't seem like that's the case. And the after-the-box force feedback's actually really nice for telling us what the car's doing. Well, the bouncing's to do with the camera filter more than anything else. I tend to filter out camera movement for motion sickness. Yeah, yeah, you can see through these corners. It's also like the throttle is sort of disconnected from the. It's like it comes across like you're driving a rally car through a corner, like you're holding slip in a rally car, as opposed to it being a slick tyres biting onto concrete. It's like you're driving on dirt or something. I have been around a track as a passenger. Well, I've driven 2 cars. I wouldn't really use that as a be all and end all to like knowing what a car feels like, because aerial atom on slicks, cold slicks, isn't exactly on a shitty track, isn't really that good. And Toyota Celica front wheel drive, very slow race car on cut slicks, you know, isn't very good, but it gives you like a ballpark for what that kind of thing feels like. And I've had passenger laps in like Radical and fast road cars and some GT4 cars and things, but slick tyres bite into the road, and then they have quite a snappy and quite immediate. They go quite quickly and then come back very quickly. But there's like when they're after a lap and the tyres are warm, they really do bite into the road. This is actually, I've been around Silverstone in a GT4 car, it was a shit GT4 car, not like a proper spec one, and some Ferraris and things, and on road tyres. And this is the amount of this is sliding around is kind of a bit like what you'd expect from road tyres on a fast car. That makes sense. It's more in that ballpark. But then also it's still very drifty, so yeah, it's just super slidey. If you play AC, like iRacing as well, iRacing gets stuck over the limit, but as long as you don't go over the limit in iRacing, it's actually quite bitey and grippy in many ways. And AC as well, and AMS1, the cars have an initial bite. So how on earth have people like reviewed this, tried it, and then they're like, oh my god! No, it's not bad, but it's still fundamentally the same slidiness, just slightly different range. It's not terrible, you know. It's perfectly fine, but I mean, I say the force feedback's really quite nice, telling you what's going on. The thing is, you can have a fun time racing this. It doesn't have AC's slippy curbs. That's nice. that's always good. We should try what would be a pokier car. I'm just running the in-game default plus or whatever, I think, or the default force feedback, and then I don't run much damper on my wheel, so I can feel what the game's putting out very clearly. We'll do a race with subs. It's like, yeah, it's like a hovercraft. It's still like it's like you're driving on dirt as you go through these corners. It's like you're always in monster slip. Well, let's try a GT1 car. We could do some racing. I think you still have some fun racing. I'd be interested what the netcode stuff's like as well. Let's get... The GT1 cars were really slidey before. They were fun to drive, but they were super duper slidey. We'll put the track is on heavy. It's on heavy rubber, so it's the optimum track as well. Yeah, I really like these cars. I wish we had these cars in real life still. Oops. I mean, I do think that even though the bevels are really big on everything, the UI stuff is nice, big buttons to click on, which I think is good. Like, I think big buttons can look terrible, but from a usability perspective, large buttons are quite nice, especially in VR. Oh, have you watched IMSA as well? Actually, IMSA's well good. I was watching some videos of it. I like doing IMSA in iRacing. Yeah, this so it still has that disconnect. It's like the throttle. It's like the RPMs are disconnected from the response of the rear, so everything's in slow motion. It's just not. No, it's not about cold tires. Oh, here we go. Do we need to give the cold tyre lecture to people? Do we need to give the cold tyre lecture? Cars will be slidier on cold tyres for sure, but they still operate like tyres. I mean, we're not spun or anything, but there's a AMS2 has, and Project Cars 2 has always had this thing where it's just like everything's in slow motion and smoothed out. So like when you put the throttle on, it's just not hooked up. Now, granted, there is stuff like transmission flex. You don't get immediate response from a pedal in a real car necessarily, but in a real car, things do feel incredibly hooked up, and it's more that the flexing stuff actually helps, you know, mitigates some like vibrations and things you get through the pedal. A whole bunch of stuff. It's very complicated, but there's a weird sort of just slowness to the response of everything in AMS2. It's still, again, it's like really slidey, which makes it very approachable to drive. But then it just I still got the lock-up thing where you lock up and it doesn't come out the lock-up, which is that's a Project Cars 2 thing. We've now flat spotted the tyres. Yeah, it just has sort of slidiness to it, which makes it approachable, but it just means that it's not snappy and bitey. Yeah, okay, so then you let's repeat it. So then you go, well, you know, the sliding is because the driver's overdriving it, and so then you have more tyre wear, so they need to not overdrive it, and it's like, well, you can massively overdrive, quite like if you're just pushing really hard in a real car. Yeah, you will wear the tyres out, but it's not like to a degree where the tyres just fall off and you're dead. That's not the thing that's stopping you. It's the lack of pace that's going to stop a driver from doing too much slip. This just has slip in the basic handling. like you're always in, like, it's like driving on dirt or something. It's like underinflated road tyres that are somewhat like slick tyres. Right, you know, it's not. This is fine. It can be fun, but if you're going to compare it to like Race Room, R Factor 2, AMS1, AC. You know, but I mean, I don't know. I've not driven this car in real life, so how could I know? Why options? Here we go. Force feedback's a bit too high on this car. We are using a custom force feed, but I might put let's put it back on the default one. But I quite that for custom fire. I don't know if I was using the R one. Okay, we try the DLC cars. See, what's interesting is cold tyres will just magnify the behaviour that you kind of get with non-cold tyres. Oh, we flat spotted them. And Project Cars 2 and AMS 2 have always had this issue. When you brake, if you're trying to brake at the absolute limit, and let's say a wheel locks up, even if you come off the brakes, it stays like in the locked up state. The grip doesn't return straight away, and if you generally, not always, but you'll see you can monstrously lock up tyres, and as soon as you come off a brake, they'll start rolling immediately because they want to bite the road. So. And then the other thing before is you go, okay, so you need to not slide it around because that's overdriving, it wears the tyres out. In the past, that slidey driving was absolutely the faster way to drive. So you can then go, oh well, if you up the tyre wear, so that's, you know. Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of LMU handling. Like this, it doesn't feel direct to me. There's some stuff with it, you know. Also, the force feedback in LMU's not the best, I don't think. It's got a lot of vibration and stuff, but it's not for feeling where the actual limit is terrible in LMU. The force feedback's really quite good in AMS too, actually. Like you get quite a lot of detail, and you can customise the force feedback. Vibrations. See, I think one thing you can do. What would be interesting with this car, from a gameplay perspective as well, would be to see how much what the meta is for the fastest way to drive. And if you can't overdrive it so much, and that does force you to not slide it around much, I guess that would be better for like racing. Yeah, I mean these cars in other sims are incredible. I mean it's not terrible, but let's just do a few more laps. Like that slide we just had there with the back coming out, it's like it didn't respond to my counter steer, and it wasn't like a crazy slide. The thing is, you can tell that there is like. Yeah, my force feedback settings are fine. There is you can tell that there is a lot going on with the tyre model in this game. Like there is a lot of depth there. It's the same with like R Factor 2 and you know, there's a lot of depth, but I just don't think it doesn't. I don't know. This car sounds quite nice. Ah, Mr. Sarcasm, yeah. It's hard to tell. You get bombarded. Why have we got Christmas tree lights on the dash? I think we'll do some racing with subs, actually. I think this will be fun to race still. We've had good fun racing these cars before. And the nice thing with AMS2 is you can really quickly launch a session, which is one that I think that's the strongest point of AMS2. You can also create a session with AI, and then, so let's say you just got 2 or 3 friends, you can fill your server up with AI, which means you can then have really fun racing to see like your friends versus the AI and who does better, and a full grid, which is I think R Factor 2 had that, and Project Cars 2 had that, but they're partnered with Low Fuel Motorsport. I mean, this is better. This is way better than Gran Turismo. Like, so this is the other thing. Is to like. So when I talk about sims, I'm talking from the perspective of all PC sims, all driving games, and the vague amount of tiny real world experience, and then all the bloody real world drivers I talk to that just constantly berate me over the state of sim games. So coming at it from like like the sort of hardcore sim racer perspective, you're like, well, yeah, these things stick out, whatever. But then if you're coming at it from like a generalized like what's on console and gaming perspective, like this is way better than Gran Turismo. Maybe not with a gamepad. Like, I like Gran Turismo with a gamepad, but like the frame rate, the graphics. I know Gran Turismo has better shaders and is artistically nicer than this, but the like this is running at 4K, 120 FPS, perfect frame timing, totally crisp.
I don't like
looks amazing in VR.
Like the normalism. That is amazing.
The handling's way more interesting than Gran Turismo, so you know.
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like.
Oh, this is. I think this car's all right, actually. You know.
It's really good.
I mean, Gran Turismo runs at 60 FPS with like VSync. It supposedly has 120 FPS mode, but I'm pretty sure it's actually still. Even though it says it's at 120, it doesn't feel like it when I play it on my system. I would say, no, I do think this car is better. It seems like it's, from what I remember, this does seem less. It's encouraging me to drive it in a more interesting way. We'll have to do a race with people, because that's when you start. When you actually start racing, you start seeing what's the productive way of driving, you know. It is very drivable. Well, we were driving the Porsche Cup car before. I think this actually seems quite. This is all right. This is great. This car's growing on me a bit now. Is this? Yeah, this is probably one of the older cars. It's not. This was one of our favourite cars in the previous versions of the game, though. Like what you should have. Well, so the problem, like. In fairness, real cars do slide around quite a lot. They're always in a state of slip. I mean, a car wouldn't actually move if it didn't have any slip. It would be rooted in the ground. So, and in fairness, the problem is you have to be very careful with words. A slick tyre in a race car is always laterally sliding around shitloads, but it's just happening in quite a tight margin, and it's happening very quickly. And the grip is coming and going very quickly. So the mistake that some sim racers can make is they go, wow, oh no, everything's too slight, it's too controllable, too slight. It's like, well, if you can drive and you have reasonable feel, a real car can be very slidey and is very controllable. Like if you've got a reasonable feel for like catching the rear, For example, a Radical SR3 can be driven like a rally car on tarmac. If you want to, you can drift it around everywhere. It's not the best way to drive. So a lot of sim races have this like weird false view of tyres that they're like some of the dodgy Formula 1 tyres we've had, or with dodgy Formula 1 car setups or something, you know, where the tyres just turn off, or like the iRacing thing where the tyres just turn off if you slightly push them. That was a meme in sim racing for like 10-15 years, thanks to like balked physics with R-Factor 1 cars and iRacing and what have you, which Netcar Pro, Live for Speed, GTR Evolution and stuff managed to get past a bit. So, you know, you should be able to control and start a car quite even like cars that historically were actually mental, they still generally don't just kill the driver. Some do, but you know what I mean. However, there's also the way in which that slip occurs is the interesting part. So it can't just be really, it shouldn't be like a car on dirt or on snow. It should be like a huge bit of rubber on a surface with rubber and God knows what on that surface, and the tyre wanting to bite into it. So that's where the complexity of the, I mean, if you watch what was I watching recently? It was amazing. Oh, it was the Valkyrie lap around Silverstone. That car looks incredible to drive. On Instagram, someone posted it. And you watch how much that car is like on the brakes, how much it's kind of getting to the limit, slipping a bit, and then through the corners, how the driver is like correcting the trajectory. I mean, obviously, I think that car has a lot of like systems and things as well, but like, you can just see how much the driver is managing that vehicle. Was that on road tyres? Yeah. But like, just as a general exercise in how a car can move around and how interesting it can move around. That's a really that's an awesome bit of footage. Like, it looks like it'd be so fun to drive. Like, it looks like it has a sort of GT1 car profile, that Valkyrie. Or like, it's kind of in that like that Pagani Huera type thing. I mean, it looked so good. Hello, Simply Dabble. I think this car will be genuinely fun to race. We need to do a race in this. I say we had quite a lot of fun racing this car originally, but then what happened was we realised, you know, you can drive it around nicely, but then when we were racing people, the people that were like wellying it around in monster slip, we're getting a lot faster. So what does seem different with this, from what I remember, maybe they haven't changed this and I'm just like confabulating, it does seem like the steering authority is a little bit reduced. Like, the back can't come out and then you just turn the steering and it recovers it, which that's a big Project Cars 2 thing and previous AMS. We need to try like one of the cars that's definitely updated, but you know, that seemed quite enjoyable, to be honest. We'll have to race it, but that seemed quite enjoyable. The Porsche Cup car was weirdly floaty everywhere. Right. Game's running really nice. C. Barry, in my opinion, all sims drive differently. That's true, but that's just a given. Even using the same car, exactly. So how would we even know which is the best simulator? Just try. So you've not made a point there. No. So what you've actually done there is like a non-argument that is a presentation of sitting on the fence to seem agreeable, but you've actually not made a point. So what all you've done is said, I don't think people should talk about things or discuss them or have any points. People should just be happy. So what you've done is it seems like a constructive comment. It seems positive, but it's actually a very dismissive comment, because you're saying let's not actually have an interesting conversation on what the differences are. And you'd have to agree with me, in reality, some sims or some components of the different sims are better than other sims, and for various reasons, and it's worth discussing those so that the worth developers talking about them and players talking about them, so you can then have an honest conversation on what's better or worse. So for example, iRacing's online structure is very good. Generally, it's not perfect, there's loads of problems with it, but like you can get into a race easily, you load it up, it's consistent, voice chat, so that's fantastic. It's a really good pro. iRacing Under the Limit, the cars have quite bitey tyres. They roll into corners really quite nice. The lift-off oversteer behaviour is really predictable, and the braking, as long as you don't lock up and you're under the limit, is quite, it really rewards smooth, super precise braking and stuff, which is quite good for like a training thing. However, iRacing, as soon as you get over the limit, the tyres don't work properly. So you have an honest conversation about that. iRacing are currently working on fixing their tyres and changing them and adjusting them. So, even though people tell me I was an idiot and I was totally wrong about it, it turns out iRacing are actually working on it, have been for years, and they've literally hired people to work on that. Anyway, putting that to one side. So, it's not about saying which is best. It's about saying what is best for which specific reason and who does that suit. So, and that's going to be useful if you don't have an infinite amount of money to buy every single racing sim. It's useful to know that AMS2 is fantastic in VR. If you want to jump in VR game, you can have good, quick AI racing with it. You can say it works in VR as well. Steam Deck VR works pretty good with the gamepad. You can instantly host games if you don't want to fiddle around, and it's got interesting content in it that's not in other sims. There's a bunch of stuff. So yeah, if you can't race a lawnmower, what do you mean? You don't know? Everyone is right, everyone is wrong. No, so what you're doing, it's exactly the same argument where people go, all politicians are the same. They're clearly not. Right, we're going to pick another car. It's a really pernicious and disingenuous thing to say. I know you probably don't mean it. I'm having a go at you because you're just probably saying what you think sounds reasonable. But it's a way of stopping critical thinking, is distilling everything into being the same. Flat earthers and climate scientists, they've just got different opinions. But yeah, I actually enjoy having different stuff to play. Like, it's been amazing playing Flight Sim. And I like jumping. I like going from iRacing to AC and whatever, like different sims, even though they drive me up the wall in different ways. What were we going to try? Like we could try a single race with AI. That'd be good. What is there a new car that's in the base game? Because I haven't bought the DLC yet. I will pick it up. I'll buy all this stuff because I'm an idiot. It's not really a physics rant. I'm just explaining how reality works. I'm just explaining really mild critical thinking. I quite enjoyed that last car. Oh yeah, LMP2 cars are good. I tell you what I want to try. So one of my favourite types of cars to drive are like these types of vehicles. There's like the Acela, Radical SR3s, the MCR. This MCR. What do these numbers mean, by the way? Oh, the livery, maybe. This MCR was one of the best cars in Automobilista 1. Almost 2025 and no car reflections over wet track. But do you really need them? I've turned the reflections off in Microsoft Flight Sim. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, do you hate me? Click the like button. Appreciate all the viewers. Go and subscribe to Niels Niox. He'll do like actual. He's a good esports driver, and you'll probably respect his view more. So go and subscribe to Niels Niox. Right, don't stick around here, guys. Right. He's streaming this right now. There you go. Watch his stream. It'll be better than mine. Right. MCR. Let's select this and do a race. Number of laps. It's almost like the better a sim can simulate, the better it is at being a sim. Yeah, weird that, isn't it? It's almost like when with Sims the claim is. I mean, first, actually, before we talk about that, check out our Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 simulator, the last video on YouTube. I'm sorry, but it's the best thing we've made all year. I thought it was funny, and that's all that matters. Check out that video, guys, if you haven't. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 simulator. It's genius, honestly. But nobody, I don't think many people appreciate it. But I don't care. Right, so default date, 5 laps, start time, 8 a.m. time. So the thing is, this is all in the game, which is nice. I always think with AMS2 and Project Cars 2 that you've got the weather stuff all in the game, and you can just do that, and you're like, well, same class. It's nice and simple. Yeah, we'll try the new cars, yeah. Just trying stuff we've driven before. I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh yeah, if it's called a simulator, I think it's weird when you get on Twitch on Twitch chat and YouTube when you're playing like Armour, Microsoft Flight Sim, driving sims, and you have people in chat that go that are like, just enjoy it. Why are you talking about this? It's like, well, it's literally called a simulator. And a large part of a simulator is how good it is at simulating, right? Like, it's a big part of the whole point of Sims. Is they're not marketed as video games, which is, I mean, they are video games as well. They don't have to be one thing, but I don't know. Elvis H I'm not sure. Well, so the AI is having trouble here. I don't know if we need to just put them on a high setting, but. Again, look at the frame rate's fantastic on this. Like, we've got how many cars? 28 cars, and it's absolutely spotless frame rate, and it looks nice. It's like pin sharp, no like stupid TAA and stuff. It's still very floaty, this, but I feel like if we tweak the force feedback so there's a bit more vibrant. So one of the tricks you can do with force feedback to make cars feel less floaty, regardless of what's going on with the physics, when you have like quite a rumble for the road surface, which we do have a little bit of, but that can give you a sensation of bite, especially if that varies a little bit, and it's like a weird thing that can help make things feel less slidey. But this car's still very floaty. I think still fun, I think, but have they fixed the audio with this car? This car had like an annoying audio loop thing, which they might have fixed. There were some cars that had audio files that had gaps in them, so as you're driving you'd hear like whoop, whoop. We sounded like the engine bogging down, but it was just a sound file.
The pace car is out of control.
We need to turn the difficulty up. I can't feel in the brakes the point before the tyres lock up, so I'm just braking how I would in iRacing here, based off how my pedal feels rather than the steering wheel. Yeah, well, I think so. The reason why AMS2 is so good in VR is that with VR, it's the same like if you've ever played Compound or some like really light VR games. When you have like 300-400 FPS from the game, it always means that your VR headset that's running at, say, even if it's 90 Hz, but let's say your headset's running at 120. If the game is running at like double that, it means that you are never going to miss a frame ever, and there needs to be there's no like. It just means you get an absolutely perfect VR image, so latency is really good. So it's actually quite similar to how I set OBS up at 60 FPS, and I play games at 120 FPS locked. So OBS has 2 frames for every frame that it sends out in the stream, which means if you actually miss, if there was a missed timing somewhere, it doesn't matter because it's always got a frame, an additional frame. So with VR games, I think that's part of it. But like, yeah, but so the reason why I mentioned Compound is that it's very visually simple, but because its frame rate is so good and because it's so clean, it feels like you're there. Like the presence in VR, a lot of it is down to frame timing, and there's something that happens in your brain. And you also notice this with gaming monitors. When you're playing on a gaming monitor that's really high frame rate, and like an OLED that's really good, it has an immersive quality. It looks more like it feels like a window. It still seems to have the braking thing where if you lock up, it stays locked up and it doesn't come back very quickly. I like how games consoles are still stuck on. No, it's not that simple. So, like, yeah, a VR headset will. It's V-Sync to the headset. You're wrong. Yeah, a VR headset uses V-Sync so that because both eyes have to be, well, they're synced. Both eyes have to be identical. Otherwise, that feels terrible. I've used development VR headsets where they're not synced up. And it is awful when they're not synced up, it feels terrible. But the point is, if your machine is always running miles above V-Sync, or the synchronization of their headset, you're not going to ever get stutter. The headset is always going to have the frames. So, you're wrong. You're just like, so confidently, you're wrong. Oh dear. Bloody hell. Yeah. Not like what I say about VR is based on 20 plus years of using VR headsets and actual usage. Welcome to YouTube, guys. You're wrong. Welcome to streaming. Oh dear. So the thing is, it does seem like if you do try and welly this more, the grip goes and you start spinning, which will stop people from wellying it around. It's not. I don't think it is V-Sync with a VR headset. I think it's well, it is a form of V-Sync, but I think it actually operates differently. But yeah, because you can't have tearing, you can't have one eye operating at a different frame rate. Anyway, the point is, when you have higher refresh rate games, even like the smoothness just makes a huge difference. Right, let's turn the AI difficulty up. See, it does feel like you're kind of sliding that around. I mean, so as I say, from a racing perspective, it will depend on how much that wears the tyres out, and also, the aspect of force feedback and how slide your sim is and how that relates to things. If you don't have a nice wheel or your force feedback's not set up nice, you don't feel the range in the forces, and so you can be sliding a car around more than you actually would normally want to slide it around, like unproductively sliding it. And separate to how good physics are and what have you, if you have force feedback that gives you a range to hold it in, it then gives you something to aim for that then makes it feel more connected. Ideally, it actually is more connected because the tyres have that sort of groove that slicks have, and then the fall off, and it's nice and pokey and an optimal window, like a few 5 or 6 degrees of slip or whatever. Force feedback definitely really helps you feel less like you're not. It helps get rid of that floatiness feeling that you can have in any sim. Don't matter how good the sim is, like what all the different sims. John Royal, do I find with really cheap wheels such as plastic wheels? Hang on. Do you find with really cheap wheels such as plastic wheels you have to lower the force feedback much less? No, I mean, it's just going to be a case of, is the force feedback clipping on whatever wheel you're using? That's one thing. But then you'll at the end of the day, a much lower end force feedback wheel is just going to have less dynamic range. So it's going to be limited what you can get from it. And so you might actually be better. So for example, with a T300 or a G25, a wheel, so ACC's force feedback, which is very aggressive in self-aligning and lacking in actual detail and dynamic range, will actually work really quite well on low-end wheels because those people using those wheels can't feel really fine details, particularly outside of the initial suspension compression and a tug for when the back comes out. So actually a sim that has really abrupt aggressive force feedback can actually end up playing or feeling better with the limitations of low-end wheels. However, if you've got a really nice DD wheel with good dynamic range, when you have that really abrupt, low detailed force feedback, you'll be like, hang on, where is all the detail? Do you know what I mean? So, right, exit this. Let's turn the AI on high and see if it's. It's not really an ACC diss. It's just using an aspect of ACC to explain the reality of things. Hello, Buster. We're good, thanks. Thanks everyone that's clicked the like button. Appreciate it. I just want to try the AI on a harder set. We got them on 90 there, so let's put them on 120. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, it's more. If I was, it would be more productive for me to not frame it as a negative with another video game, because if you say something that's contradictory to the marketing and the fanboys of a video game, it automatically makes them turn off. So what you have to do is you have to be a bit more Machiavellian when you're doing these conversations, and you have to say it in a way that doesn't directly point out the problem with the sim. So you can't mention iRacing's tyres over the limit. You can't mention ACC's lack of dynamic range, the slidiness in AMS2. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It's like when you're talking to like really religious people, you have to, and you're like trying to explain that there's no evidence for God. You have to just ask questions that aren't directly making them go defensive, which I think is a really dishonest way of talking, but it probably is the most productive way of talking. I purposefully go out of my way not to do that because I think it's Machiavellian, but it's stupid because it's not pragmatic. But I'm an idiot, so. This be good. I think we can have some good racing with this, though. I love how smooth this runs. Look how crisp it is. Jesus Christ, how bad is TAA and what have you? Like, look how sharp it is. I don't know what's wrong with people's eyes. Like, I mean, Flight Sim with DLSS isn't the worst, but still, there's an aspect of MSAA. Okay, AI still has trouble at the start, but it is quite a large grid. When you've got like a 4K screen at a high frame rate, the clarity that you get from MSAA as opposed to deferred rendering TAA and DLS, right? It adds a degree of like reality looks pin sharp. I mean, I have good eyesight, So, but maybe people don't. But like, it gives a sense of scale when you can see all the little pics, like the details. Oh, hang on, Flying Phoenix. It's asking all those questions that lead you a discomfort. Oh, here we go. We're having like religious people in chat. Look, you can believe in an arbitrary god if you want to. I'm not gonna. You can't prove or disprove the existence of a god. However, there's no reason to believe in something when there's no evidence for something. So it's just, if it makes you feel better and you want to call Mother Nature God, that's fine. But if you're going to talk about specific religious texts, you're going to have a job picking one because there's so many of them. Yeah, it's like... The answer's 42. Anytime you have like an organised religion, it always, even if it's like a really philosophically pretty sound, it always gets distorted after a few generations into a tool for manipulating people. I mean, look at Christianity, like New Testament. It specifically has bits about keeping prayer to yourself and not proselytizing, and like Jesus being annoyed with the capitalism around the temple and stuff. And then look at how Christianity is used in America with mega churches and how it's been tied into politics. It's like, even in your bloody Bible, they're like, so. You know, it just gets manipulated. That's a problem with any time you put stuff into a religious text. I mean, you know. Hello, Jack. Hello, Sarah M. We're all the chosen ones. He's going full drift. Well, everyone has to belong to something. Well, we're all humans. That's enough. We all belong to humanity, and it's just easier to try and make things as nice as possible for people. Hang on, stupid lazy devs not throwing out their whole code base to support my preferred method of AA? What are you on about? The point is, if you're building a type of game... Whoops, if we've lost... If you're building a type of game where players are fundamentally looking into the distance at tiny details, you don't choose a render method that fundamentally can't render small details in the distance. Like, the reality is, for many games using Unreal, is that they've got to get a product out in a short period of time, and they need like to be able to take advantage of the lighting benefits that you get using a deferred renderer instead of a forward renderer, and all the other stuff with Unreal in terms of the development pipeline and staff training and all these things, right? So there's a reason to use it. However, as I say, if you're playing flight sims and driving sims, which are often used in VR, deferred rendering is awful, and this is why every developer now is basically gone, oh yeah, let's not use a deferred renderer. So no one's asking developers to go back on, if you've already gone down using a deferred renderer. You've just absolutely straw-manned the conversation. Well, also, Project Motorsports is using. They were going to use Unreal Engine, but then they're using the Farm Sim engine now. Right, this car's still really quite slidey, but What's a new car we can try? I mean, it does. I don't know. It seems to me like you're encouraged not to slide around as much, but the handling basically seems pretty similar. It does feel a bit vague and floaty. But I mean, I don't know if they've changed these cars particularly over the previous one. Let's try an actual new car though. LMP2 is a new car. Okay. Yeah, big problem with modern games as well is like the whole DLSS thing and the whole temporal AA and frame generation is it's become an excuse for developers to not be as careful with optimization. Because developers are always, it's so hard to get a game out in the first place. Anything that lets them put time into something else that might get them an edge over competition, they'll go for. And unfortunately, the sacrifices end up being like frame rates, like time-consuming optimization. What's the LMP2 car in? Is it? Do I have to buy it? Exactly. Yeah, like the minimum required frame rate, I think should be 120 FPS, not 60. It's ridiculous, isn't it? That's the console thing. They're like, oh, 60 FPS, it's smooth. It's like, hello. Oh, hang on. Is this an LMP2 car? Is this a LMP3? No, LMP2. There we go. They look nice. I enjoy the LMP2 car in iRacing myself. I like this. The spec of an LMP2 car is quite nice. It's probably the closest modern thing to like a GT1. I mean, not fast wise, but like handling profile. It's like a calmer radical. I like prototypes. Not so much the new like LMDH, like the super fast ones, but LMP2 is pretty quick, so. Oh, hang on, I've lost some chat messages. Sorry for missed chat, guys. We hit 100 likes in the first hour. Thanks for hitting the like button, guys. Hang on, you think Big Bang is stupid, but you're claiming God magically created everything from nothing? Cat Debate's probably trolling you. According to the website, only a few cars have 1.6. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's drive this then. We'll try this. I mean, I haven't played AMS2 for ages as well. So. Okay. That'd explain why the Porsche still seemed very slidey still. Is this the old one? See, why is there not a graphic on the screen to make this more obvious, or am I just stupid? Sure, this is what I think a lot of sims do this, like flight sim, iRacing, whatever. It'd be nice when you pick cars that it says on the car like where it's at with the development. I think I mean the developer would be like, well, you know, we want everyone to just play stuff, we don't want them to focus on that. But I mean they have called it Gen 1 and Gen 2 in this, in fairness, or you know, the new cars do normally stick out a bit, but this is more with other sims I'm talking about. Wait, hang on. I've got a. There we go. What's going on? This looks like a children's candy bar. You're capped at 60. I'm seeing through space time here. No, my screen's only 120 hertz. Okay, well we'll see here. Well, so this is the real test then. This is the real test. No, I like IMSA. I watch. I want to watch more of it. I like IMSA on iRacing. I like the format, and I get a lot of clips. IMSA YouTube clips and stuff. I watch really good. I think it's a really good format. It genuinely looks impressive as well. Like it just looks good. It looks better than Formula One. I think IMSA's a good idea. Like, it's much better than just GT3. Because I'm also more of a prototype fan. Yeah, real gamers don't actually play games. They just complain about how things used to be 20 years. Look, in fairness, bloody Richard Burr's Rally came out in 2004. Tell me, has there been a better rally game? AC1 came out in like 2012. 10 years, more than 10 years ago. I mean, actually, it was 2014, I think. But still, 10 years. Right. Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator. DCS is better, but Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator as a package is awesome. Sounds are nice. See, that was nice. The AI drove into me, but it didn't just wreck me. It sounds a little bit washed out, but it's a bit like an airiness to the sound. The thing is, this car's got TC, so it's going to hide a lot of the... we'll turn it off a bit. It doesn't seem particularly slidey, actually. Weirdly, in iRacing, the LMP2 car is actually really quite slidey. It's got one of the more forgiving behaviours in iRacing. This feels a bit flat. Again, it's that sort of MS2 lack of like weight transfer and movement. Obviously, these cars are very tight cars, but am I being driven into? I think. Hello! Okay, the AI is not perfect. Take that! Okay, got him back. Well, I got the wrong AI back, but I think the AI are all the same. I mean, no, it doesn't seem too floaty, but it just seems a bit... it seems a bit dull to drive. Okay, the cockpit's nice. Graphics are nice. Sounds perfectly good. Of course, they slow down a lot. It has that very sort of flat. It's hard to explain. It's like there's no suspension. It's that AMS2, the AMS2 always riding on the bump stop kind of thing. These guys are managing to drive worse than iRacers here. I think you can make up for that flat feeling by having by tweaking the force feedback to give a bit more range. Oh my god, why are the AI so slow there? To be fair, AI is pretty terrible in most driving games. So normally, this is it's not the worst AI. It normally takes like 2 laps to sort of get there. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that iRacing, the one game that doesn't need good AI, that's as sim racing as it gets. Just going into these yeah, it doesn't feel like it has a groove to it. It's that same AMS2 sort of weird slip. And then you have that AMS2 tyre lockup there where it doesn't come out of the lockup just because you broke slightly too hard. And then it stays locked up even when you come off the brake. I'm not quite sure what the correct way to describe it. Like, the car feels very flat. Like there's no, it's as if it's got no suspension and no like. I mean, obviously these cars are very stiff cars, but. I mean, you can, the trail braking it into the corner seems a bit more, a bit more finesse than it used to be. Like, I think, with this car, it seems to be like rotating the car, trail braking it through the corner better than it used to. Like in the past, it felt like I had to open the diff more to get the back to start trail braking into the corner better. If that makes sense. So you're using the diff rather than being able to lean on the tyres more and trail braking. So that's quite nice. I always found the trail braking behaviour a bit weird in AMS2. This doesn't. To be fair, this doesn't seem as hovercrafty as before. It just feels very flat. Why are you guys having an argument about soap opera effect? So, soap opera effect is a subjective thing. So you could have the soap opera effect can occur at 60 hertz purely from a subjective viewpoint of if people are used to films being 24 hertz with a rolling shutter, they might then equate 60 hertz as soap opera effect. However, generally speaking, you probably need to get above like 120 hertz for the vast majority of people to equate things to the soap opera effect, where your screen looks like it's looking at real life through a window. But I can totally see how subjectively even 30, 40, 50 hertz could make someone get a degree of that soap opera effect compared to 24 hertz films, because a lot of it's based off expectation. Well, I kind of like how this drives better than LMU, you know, like there's something with the input in LMU that I find off-putting. Like this has not got any latency. The car's responding to the steering. It feels quite flat, but I think this, to me, the basic input of this vehicle feels better than LMU. But then it lacks that absolute sort of the sheer force feedback detail that you have in AC1 for the absolute aspect of the tyre, and then it doesn't seem to have that it doesn't have the feeling of the weight transfer. But then these cars have got mega downforce, they're super direct and they're very stiff, so I think you could have really fun racing with this car, to be honest. I think we are sort of in the range of just tweaking the force feedback. The only thing that stands out as like fundamentally annoying with this vehicle is the lockup behaviour. Which will, if you're a really fast driver, that'll obviously start, you know. Well, you're still going on about soap opera effect. What's going on in chat? I've just cleared it up. I gave you the Game of Muscle word. That's all that matters. My word's final. I have a degree in creative multimedia focused around games design. Which I passed it doing my dissertation in one night, so I think I win. If you can pass a degree, starting your dissertation at like midday on the night before it's due, and you can pass, I'm sorry, you win it. You win all arguments. All right, we need to. What is going on in chat? Bold overlord. Right, we need to do a race with subscribers. Should we create a server here in the game? See if the net goes better. We're wobbling. Wheels wobbling. No, I don't really bother with mods in AMS2 because if I'm going to do mods, I'd rather just use AC because it's generally a better sim for handling and stuff. But if you like AMS2, it's worth. If you particularly enjoy AMS2, it's worth doing mods. Right, guys, I'm going to create a session. Who wants to join? Nobody. Nobody wants to join. No, if you bring brake bias towards the rear, no, the rear will lock up more. If you It's not that it's not the front's locking up, it's the rear's locking up. If you move the brake bias to the rear and the rears are already locking up, then the rears will lock up more. It's the rears that are locking, not the front. Yeah, if you bring it to the
I don't like ACC, but I do like the.
If you bring it to the front, the front will lock up, or the car will just understeer.
Probably one of the.
And it won't fix the actual. The issue isn't it locking up.
Even F1
the issue is what happens when it does lock up. So this is a whole thing that this comes up a lot in chat when you talk about locking up. Same like iRacing, any sim. If you're like a somewhat experienced sim racer, yeah, you move the brake bias forwards and backwards to rotate the car differently and to get a different response from the amount of brake you're putting in. However, if you're someone that's probably got like 5,000 hours playing driving sims, you know how much you can push the brake and how much rotation the car has, right? And you can also feed it in or give it more, give it less, right? And so when you comment on it locking up and the lock-up behaviour, it's not, oh, I need to avoid it locking up. It's a comment specifically on when it locks up, this is what's happening. So it's not saying, oh, I'm being surprised by the car locking up, because you can lock real cars or in any sim, a car could lock up from light aero, downhill, corner, road surface, turning, whatever. The point is that how it behaves after it locks up, not avoiding it. Because if you're doing a race, if you're actually racing on the limit and you're pushing, you should probably lock up at certain points or be very close to it to feel out that limit. And it's not the end of the world. Really, especially if you're doing like clutch overtake, it's not the end of the world to lock up a little bit and immediately come off it or be aware that you're very close to that limit. But it's a big problem in a lot of sims where you lock one wheel and physics turn off. So you can actually, there's quite a few videos of people fully locking up wheels and completing overtakes and still having control of the vehicle. But it's another weird myth in sim racing as well. I'm not saying it's what you were saying in chat. But there's another, I think this is from like sims like iRacing and older sims. There's this view that when a wheel locks up, it stays locked up and that's normal, or that you shouldn't have any control if one wheel is locking up, or that locking up is like an absolute disaster. There's a really common misconception in sim racing. You guys can finish having this conversation about soap opera effect. I feel it feels like there's two like bots having an argument in chat. It's mental. Right, I'm creating a server with LMP2 cars here, guys. Here we go. We're creating a game changer server. Game changer. Right, race settings, 5 laps. We should do Road America. It's a really good track. What's this? Bend? Where's that bend? After the nobody ever races that. After the Speed Arena. Too wide, Franco. You don't go too wide through the kink. Is it the kink? It is here, isn't it? Too wide. Oh no, it's there. No, it's not. It's here. It's here. It's a kink. No, it isn't. No, the kink's down here. Too wide. Aren't you, Franco? You don't go too wide through the kink. This is the downhill and then the tight left. Hang on. No, that's the down. That's the. I might go mental here, guys. I feel like I'm going insane. The straight, right-hander, underneath the real cheese bridge. Downhill, braking, under the bridge, cut this. Right. Ow, this seems like the Speed Arena corner's too close. Oh, well. Too wide, Franco. Zundersteer, it's time to drive a soapbox, yeah. Right, opponents. Maximum humans, human. No AI. Let's see if anyone wants to get in here. Can we create a session name? Do we have to... Maybe if it saved the settings, that'd be nice. Oh. I'm going to call it GC after game. No password. Oh, we could put a password on it. Put password of T. See if anyone joins. What's this? Alright, are you ready, guys? Is anyone going to join? I don't think anyone will. I don't know if the camera settings are fixed there. That was a big... For me with this game, it makes me really motion sick because the camera doesn't filter bumps, and then it suddenly turns... The camera's like locked to the car and then suddenly turns off being locked to the car. Type join in chat if you're going to join the server. I don't think anyone is. I think everyone's been. Oh no, TVDG said we get some filthy regs in here. We need Antoine Jacket Potato in a radical. Dynamic range is the size of a Range Rover. The range. Password is T, I think. Capital letters unless I type something different like an idiot. Did I type? Was it T? Raw McRip helmets in here. We got filthy Game of Muscle regs in here. Awesome. So this is really nice. Like the thing is, for AC1, you can host servers in Content Manager, but it's a bit silly and a bit of a pain in the arse. And also, you know, you need Content Manager and everything. And then, like when we do AC servers, I have a private server, which again, it's all right, but I'm paying £15 a month for that. So with AMS2, it's nice that you can just create a lobby and just race with people, which is, you know, David Gossett. What's the gossip? David Gossett. Generic machines. Hang on, are you calling an LMP2 generic? And what is wrong? LMP2 cars are awesome. Have you seen them in real life? They're amazing. They also they like weirdly go together like Lego bricks. Like the way the cockpit and the nose and the rear of the car and how it all separates out is mental. Can't remember what it was, but I was at a race and we were in the garages and they literally had like the car, like a spare entire bodywork all dismantled, and the cockpit was just on a table. It's crazy. What LMP3's running at the moment, Craig? I mean, thing is, maybe they need to make it sound more like a dentist drill to help the dentist drive better, to make them feel homely. Mac attack! We'll wait for like one more person. So this is cool. This is really good with AMS2 that you can do this. I wonder what happens if you try and host a server on your Steam Deck. T in capital letters is the password, Mr. Sayushis Singhi. As a reminder, guys, if you enjoy the content here, we are entirely we are like our own thing. So I appreciate people that are members and support us on Twitch and YouTube, donors, people that use our affiliate links if you're buying shit you don't need on Black Friday, or just watching and taking part and just being chill in chat. Appreciate it. So thanks to that. I'm trying to market myself a bit better, guys. Not very good. Appreciate it. Hello, Torchbearer. Can check out our Discord if you want, guys. We're sort of quite as far like if you're new, if you're like new to this place, we do a lot of flight sim recently. Really enjoying helicopters in Microsoft Loading Simulator. We're quite critical of different sims. We play iRacing a fair bit every now and again. Hello. Yeah, We like it's a very serious place here. Always serious. Right, force default setups. That's actually a good thing with MS2 is that the default setups aren't terrible. So when you do force default setups, when when you do force default setups, they're not terrible. Look at this. You have this noise for going to the different menu, but if you move it down, it keeps. I think they're having to program it to keep reselecting the top. But it doesn't do it here. It just does it if you put your mouse over here. Okay, we're going. That's a weird bug. I always found the Madness UI to be quite responsive. You could just turn the menu sound off. It's not that it's making the sound, it's that it's replaying it every time you move your mouse on those things. That's fine. Yeah, I really like Road America. I think this version of Road America is really nice. There we go. Hang on, let's this might crash the game. I forgot AMS2 does not like alt tabbing. I think the sounds are perfectly fine. Ah, no, we're getting the micro stutter from alt tabbing. Oh well. Bloody hell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd imagine if you threatened to, let's say hypothetically, if a developer was to threaten to sue a YouTuber potentially, as a hypothetical story, over a YouTuber being critical, you'd imagine that would potentially stop a YouTuber from covering something. Hypothetically, I'm just saying, because just this as a hypothetical example. Which I don't know if it's not grounded in fact or anything, but you can imagine if I mean even outside of like legal action, if a developer was to be weirdly attacking of a YouTuber for them just being critical, that would probably put off a YouTuber from covering stuff. Strangely, do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, hypothetically. It's a good note for any game developers out there that might be tempted in being upset by a reviewer. No, it's not sarcasm. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. Okay, the camera stuff's still terrible. See how it filters the movements, but then if the track's above a certain angle, it goes into locked mode, which is then very uncomfortable if you get motion sick. Why don't they bribe you? I do get bribe offers, not from developers, but in general as a YouTuber, you do actually get quite a few bribe offers, but sadly I turn them down because I'm actually stupid. I know, I do actually think in the long term, I think you actually would lose money. Or maybe not. I mean, there's quite a few very successful YouTubers that clearly just take whatever comes their way, but I'm pretty adamant on like full editorial control, and I'll do sponsored videos, but only for stuff that I know is already really good, and yeah, and I always have to have editorial control and stuff. I think that's just like, depends on your brand though, doesn't it? If you're just a marketing channel, it's fine. I mean, and to be fair, I mean, we're still doing marketing right now. We're probably marketing this. Can't help it. You should. The point is, if you're watching any content or reading anything, you should always be skeptical anyway. It doesn't even matter. Even if a YouTuber's trying to go out of the way not to be biased or whatever, they, you know, you should always be skeptical. Alright, do you know what? I do think this is. I mean, mostly because I don't like GT3 cars. I think this is more fun to drive than ACC. Purely because the force feedback's more interesting. Not the motion sickness from the bumps though, but...
The pace car is out of control.
I actually, I like to use Sony. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Follow. Sorry, Christy. I like to use Sony A6000 cameras. That's all our webcams. They're Sony A6000, A6400, alphas, all plugged into Elgato 4K cam links. They're really good. The only problem with the cam links is if you have like more than two plugged into a PC, sometimes it can be the addressing of them can sometimes be a bit off. But normally it's fine. Keep the same USB ports. Yeah, so Sony's really good for webcams because the autofocus is nice and it's not annoying. It doesn't keep searching. The autofocus works good in low light. And also they're absolutely bomb-proof. Like they don't overheat. I leave them on. I leave them turned on 4 months at a time. I literally leave my cameras turned on for months. So, really good.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, Logitech C920, but the software's got worse. So we use a C920 for our pedal cam and the desktop, and also the price of them is still really high. Like if a Logitech C920 was actually, let's say, £35–40, it'd be like perfect. But they're really expensive. Hello, Chill Robots. I mean, the roundness of the buttons is stupid. Like, it would have looked so much better if these were square. But having the large buttons isn't bad. Like, the general size of the options and stuff, I think is actually quite good. Like this, so this is nice. See how this... Imagine those edges weren't beveled and this is all just like square. So like the actual the general visibility and clarity of the UI is quite nice. It's just these bloody bevels. Look, just make the bevels half what they are here, or just have it square in. It would look so much better. It would look so much cleaner and tighter and modern. These bevels are so bad. It's so bad. Like, also, like so. Oh, jeez, it just looks so much better, guys. But the usability is good, so that's the main thing for a UI. Nice and clear. That's the main thing is the usability, to be honest. For me with UIs, 90, I'd say 99% of a UI, the usability is the most important thing, rather than how it actually looks design-wise. And it's good. It's nicely laid out. Oh yeah, the movement, the way the camera moves over those bumps just makes me sick straight away. So we'll do this race, but I think these menus work. Like the nice thing with like quite large buttons, as I was saying, is like for VR, it's quite nice as well. Buttons to get to more buttons. Craig, you can't say you've ever driven the modern stuff in AMS2. Spent most time in the classic stuff. And let's try the force feedback plus thing. We've got it on deep. The default stuff was all right. We could use default plus. Turn this down a bit. We could do, but I don't think I've really changed much on the Moser Pit House. Like the main thing that we covered was just explaining what the buttons do. That's what, I don't really do guides because at the end of the day, first it's abstract from a real car. What? Why is this stopped? Oh, have the servers gone down? At the end of the day, it's abstract from a real car, so I like to just explain what all the settings do. Are we... What's going on here? Why did the server go down? Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, you have to make this every time. What? I'm making a new server. Called GMO2. Did we put passwords on it as T? Yeah, I don't fully understand the whole LFM thing. Well, we'll see. I mean, who knows? I mean, I guess AMS2. I mean, I don't know how many players does it have, but. Because the thing is, if you only have one multiplayer platform, then that can work out for something like LFM. So like with ACC, it didn't really have any other options, so that was a good help. But the mistake that LFM tends to make is they run really random car track combos. But with AMS2, most of it's built into the game, though it does have DLC, so that could be a problem. So, like one of the big mistakes they made with AC, for example, is they would run like really weird content that nobody wanted, and then multi-class stuff that nobody wanted, because LFM for some reason has an obsession with multi-class. Which not that I like multi-class, but like if it's built into the game, they took my advice. I don't think it was taking my advice. I think probably people watch my live stream that also post on the forum and then just say what I said, or they're just people that have got brains. But yeah, with if you've got it built into the game, so if you don't need the so with AMS2, I don't think you need the DLC to be able to race on a server that has DLC. So if LFM was running a multi-class and some people don't have the DLC but they can do GT3, that could work out all right. You put everyone in the same server, it could work out okay. And it's definitely the whole modding thing is not good for online services like LFM because LFM's already a mod, so that already requires effort. So it's all stuff that gets in the way. This is why you really need it so that ranking and stuff is all built into the game, so it's nice and easy to just that's the big appeal of like iRacing and stuff. It's like you're like, oh, I'd like to do a race. Oh, I could get a race in half an hour in iRacing. That's how it works. It's the main draw. Anybody else want to join in? I think everyone's trapped in the other server. They're probably racing. I'm pretty sure we didn't. Did we just? I don't know why it disconnected. Is there a way to fast forward it to the race? Woodstock none. What are you on about? Where does that come from? Climate change equals religion. What on earth? Like, where does that even come from? We're playing AMS2. Oh, you were like an AMS2 fan? We noticed there's a lot of like conspiracy people that play AMS2. Right, we'll start. Maybe I think people can still join whilst we're qualifying. Slow Australian internet. Well, the Church of Force Feedback's the only religion we all respect. Server's called GMO2. I like them, Shumi. Yeah, I don't know. I more from behind. I don't know. I think it's just I've got a weird thing with prototypes in general. I think it's just because they kind of look aerodynamic-y. Yeah, I don't know why. I think the tyre skid sound is really bad. Like if they made that lower frequency sound, I think it would really help make the cars subjectively feel grippier. Too wide! You might have to reopen the game. What does it mean by feeling flat? Like you're not having to really drive with the transfer of weight or the suspension compression. The cars drive as if you're always on the bump stops or something. They drive as if they've not got suspension. But again, obviously an LMP2 car is super stiff, but still. This is encouraging us to actually trail brake more naturally, like turn the car in on the braking, drive from the brake pedal, and not drive from the wheel as much. Trail brake. So the biggest Project Cars 2 characteristic is that Project Cars 2 encourages you to drive from the steering wheel more than the pedals. That makes sense. Like the steering authority is really be all and end all in. I think it's a good update. The thing is, MS2 fans will be happy with whatever, won't they? Whatever the update was, they'll be like, oh, it's the best thing ever. I think it's drivable. I think I prefer how this drives over LMU, but I think LMU is generally more realistic in most ways. But the fundamental. So I think there's something off in LMU with the input, and then the force feedback's really lacking. And for me, I value force feedback, and I feel like the force feedback in this game describes what's going on, regardless of if you like what's going on. I feel like there's quite good depth to the force feedback, and also there doesn't feel like there's any input delay or like weird mushiness to the input. LMU has a weird kind of. With the LMP2 cars, it feels like there's like a speed-sensitive non-linearity to the input, and we've gone through all the settings. It's not a settings thing. We've gone through everything with it. I think it's just somehow the way the tyres affect the steering and stuff. I don't know. Well, yeah, you can't in LMU. You can't tell how hard to brake. There's no audio for it. There's no force feedback for it. It's just you have to memorise exactly where the thing is, and it's just like, well, that's the thing that AC1 absolutely nails. Is that in AC1 you can feel how hard to brake, like the trail braking and stuff, or the back coming out. It's like you can feel through the force feedback, and it's not just the suspension loading up. This car doesn't seem to hook up so much in this from downforce though, as much as it does in iRacing, for example, or LMU. Like the range of grip from when you're high speed to low speed from the downforce doesn't seem as much in this. I don't know what's realistic with that, but I'm just saying with those other sims, the amount of grip you get from going faster and the downforce effect to me seems stronger than this. Like when you're at high speed, it seems like it still doesn't really completely hook up. Mind you, it's pretty hooked up through there. But I'm not hitting T1 and 2. Yeah, I'm not sure why we're so slow in this. And we're pretty fast at this track. So maybe you are, maybe you do actually, because the problem is, if you drive, well, in the past, if you drive AMS2 like smoothly, it's slower. So maybe this is the problem. We'll see. Why does my split time say +6 constantly? Oh, it's only updating it. Fine. Oh, come on. We've got Pal Pot Whiting is back. Yeah, the problem is Brands Hatch makes me motion sick in this game because of the bumps of the hill. Oh, will I get to do one more lap here? Or will it, does it insta? Oh no, we get to do one lap. The problem is it doesn't do lock to horizon properly, because as soon as the track tilts up more, it suddenly clips out of lock to horizon, which then makes it lock to car. So you go from like lock to horizon, which is great, to insta lock to car, which is like the worst, because then you have the expectation of it being lock to horizon, and suddenly it's not, for just out of the blue. No, legacy head move. Look, we've bloody hell. I don't think. I doubt anybody else has spent as much time as I have going through the camera settings. The legacy head movement has the same issue as well. And that, or actually, the legacy head movement has an issue of how it does roll, and then the roll correction is really slow, and also completely arbitrary. Which again is another massive issue for motion sickness. So I'll just miss that. Just restart your Steam, it should work. I think a lot of people enjoy it. I mean, this LMP2 car is drivable. Like I think it's quite enjoyable. Sounds nice. Tracks are nice. You know, it's a good update. What? Oh Christ! I wanted to change the camera settings. So well. No, we don't have any free keys today. Reza don't like YouTubers that are consistently honest, so because like if you're honestly critical, I don't know. They only like YouTubers that are completely vapid and positive and sugarcoat everything. You would think that would undermine people, people, because you'd be like, well, how can we trust anything they say if they're always positive about everything? But apparently not. So I don't know if Reese is giving keys to anyone, but it's a separate thing. Yeah, I mean, I think this is nice and drivable. Car's responsive. You can drive it on the brake nicely. It's not like ridiculously hovercrafty. I feel like it doesn't have as much subtlety to like its like the suspension and loading the car through the corners, and it's sort of feels a bit flat to drive in some ways. But I think this is really fun. Like, a lot of people really enjoy this. I think that to me this is more fun to drive than ACC. So. Like, the force feedback's a lot nicer than ACC. Well, I mean, I wouldn't use True Force. I'd turn stuff like True Force off, because it's just like a lot of it's just noise. You don't really need stuff like True Force. Like, the driving sims give a lot of detail just through the suspension. This is this race now. This looks a lot better than it used to in terms of like. So in the past, when we'd do races with subscribers, the cars in front would be doing like these wild drifts around the corners, because that would be the faster way to drive. Do you know what I mean? This actually looks like a much more natural race, so that's probably a good indicator on the handling. This bit great. It's great in VR as well. You know. Too wide! Yeah, I mean, this is nice. It's good racing here. Just side by side through there. It's a good... that corner's common for netcode issues. You can see that there's not much smoothing on the vehicles, but the contacts don't cause you to go flying generally, so that's the main thing. And this is just us hosting it. See, the lockup behaved normally there, where we locked up a wheel and then it came back. So the downforce helps with that, as you'd expect. Can you drive through the understeer? Not to the same... I know what you mean. It seems to... Not in the same degree that you could previously. Like, so the... In the past... Bloody hell, we keep locking up. In the past, you could just recover anything by just pointing the steering wheel. I think you have to drive more on the pedals now, which is good, I think. It doesn't feel like we're just cheesing the input as much. AC it is old, yeah, but age is irrelevant to what allows you to feel what the car's doing. So AMS1 is older than AC, and AMS1 again you can feel exactly where the tyres are at. That's the key thing. So it doesn't matter if it's old. It's like you can't feel what's going on. Well, your wheels set up badly then. AC's probably got some of the most communicative force feedback for what the tyres are doing. The complaint you could make about AC is that it's and same with AMS1, is that you could argue that it's overly simplistic in what's happening. Like it's a bit too consistent. Like there's not a huge amount of like the grip doesn't suddenly come and go and vary through the track, and then obviously you don't have all the dynamic conditions and stuff. But I mean, to be fair, a slick tyre on a perfect track is in real life feels a bit. It is very consistent. Well, there goes P2. I mean, I've had passenger laps around the Nordschleife, Silverstone, Donington, some other random tracks. And Donington's particularly smooth. Silverstone's mostly smooth. Nordschleife is surprisingly smooth in a road car.
That is amazing.
And even like a GT4 car.
Probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Actually, to be fair, David's got 145 ping, and he is warping a bit. But as long as those warps don't actually if he contacts another car with those warps, as long as it doesn't cause them to go flying, that's not really a problem. And 145 ping is on the high end of pings. I tell you what does seem different with this as well, right? In the past, it paid to get on the throttle too early through the apex in this game. Whereas now, I'm getting on the throttle after the midpoint of the apex, which is much what you should be doing. in Project Cars 2 and older AMS 2, you basically get on the throttle super early because it gives you magic hookup. Whereas this, we're trail braking and then getting on the throttle once we're actually, you know, you're past the apex. That's what you probably would want. Yeah, I mean, I think this is more fun to drive than LMU, to be honest. I still think there's a flatness to it that LMU doesn't have, but in totality, and I'm not even saying it's necessarily more realistic than LMU, but I think the end result is more enjoyable to drive. It's probably the force feedback, to be honest. For me, force feedback's like such a thing that impacts my driving. So I think LMU has much better physics, but the force feedback's so much better in this, and these physics are like quite a good ballpark. Nice. No, that was really pleasant driving, you know, and I felt like I was rewarded for driving precisely and from the pedal inputs, and it wasn't encouraging me to like. So previously, you would be rewarded for wellying the car around the corner like a tit. Like, oh, I won according to the timing board. I don't know how. Yeah, perfect. I don't see any issue with this. Right, let's do another race. Yeah, I thought that was perfectly. That was really good. You know. Yeah, and it was a thing with Project Cars 2 where you go into a corner and you just go for the steering and then just ramshackle it, point and shoot. I'm gonna restart the game here because yeah. We'll do. What's another car that's new? Is all the DLC unlocked at the moment? Yeah, I mean, I thought it was good, to be honest. Like, fair play to him. You know, you can tell by how much I'm not whinging. And then, look, guys, I'm on. I like you get the truth from me. But this is the thing. You're gonna get the truth. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not quite sure about game changing just yet. Let's not get too carried away. Is it unlocked right now? I mean, I'll just buy the DLC, to be honest. I mean, I have the other edition, but is the GT3 Porsche new? Let me just. I mean, the camera thing's making me motion sick, so I'd like them to fix that, but. Do you ever get accused of looking for negatives? Yeah, I think people do probably think that. Because a lot of... So the problem is, if you're someone that's very experienced with something... from the perspective of someone that's less experienced, they're going to think that you are being arbitrarily negative. Because it's obviously harder to do something right than it is to do something wrong. Or if there's more comparisons... You're going to be able to point out those comparisons. So from the perspective of someone that doesn't know any better, if there's anything that's being said in a critical tone, they will think you're being overly negative. So... Right, I'm just setting this up here. We're going to reload. We are getting motion sick from this camera stuff, which is unfortunate. All they need to do is change. There's probably a single variable for the amount of tilt. Well, there will be. There'll be a variable for like how much tilt the car can have vertically before the lock to horizon cuts out, and all they need to do is increase that to like a much higher value, because most people aren't using full lock to horizon anyway, and so there will be a single variable. Like, I could go to their offices right now, I would believe, and I could edit that variable and it would fix that issue. So it's frustrating. Right, let's load it up again. Yeah, so that's it. Like what you should have, like there should be. It's between 3, well, maybe like 2 and 6 degrees.
The pace car is out of control.
2 and 6 degrees of slip, I think, is maybe 8 degrees is like the maximum, but between 2 and 6 with slick tires with most race cars, that tends to be like the optimal slip for a car to for productivity, not putting too much wear on the tire, being on the limit of all the tires, like get the maximum grip from them. The tires are loaded up, the car's stable, the suspension's all like loaded up nicely. And then it's holding it in that amount of slip for whatever the tyre is in the track and whatever's going on. That's like the point. That's the crux of driving. So the problem in the past was it was like that optimal thing was like 20 degrees plus weird other stuff. So what's another new car? We're going to host another session here. Yeah, a lot of... Well, that's the problem is fanboys, Pablo. The problem is they are already fans of the game, which is fine. But to start with iRacing, iRacing releases a new car, and all the iRacing fanboys are like, oh my god, tire model's transformed, guys. Oh god, this car's amazing. And all it is that they're fans of the game already, which is fine. And then it's something that's slightly novel with the game that they're playing, so there's a novelty factor, which is fun, which is fine. But they're not necessarily people that are going to be critical from the perspective of comparing it to, like, objectively comparing it to all the different things, and or just sort of analytically looking at it. And so it's the same with all the games. This happens with everything. So whenever there's an update, they want it to be good as well, because they're also fans of that thing. It's like when a new album comes out by a band. A lot of fans of the band will be like, new album's amazing, best. And it's like, well, actually, after they've listened to it for a while, they're like, oh, yeah, it's probably not the best album they've ever made. Yeah. Oh, right, yeah, Apple, like, you look at the Apple VR headset, right? I got slaughtered for pointing out how stupid that headset is. Like, doesn't make sense as an Apple product. Too expensive for a lot of even Apple users and general mainstream Apple. Too cheap for it to be a commercial business device that's like a high-end super business device, and so too cheap for that, where you're only selling it to businesses. It's like it didn't make any sense, and then it not really that much better than a Quest 3. Fundamentally uncomfortable, and then a whole bunch of features don't make any sense on it. Not necessarily that easy to use. And I was getting slaughtered by all these Apple fanboys that are like, wow, you don't understand, it's Apple. And it's like, and as a result, like, it clearly has been it's obviously a stupid product. What's another new car? Yeah, it is a speciality. It's what you get for just being direct about things. It's fine. Well, it's not. The Apple headset doesn't even make sense as a mixed reality. Is the Audi Quattro? Can you not spam? Because I can't then see chat. Is that a new car, the Quattro V8? Is it like a absolutely new car? Where Audi and Lambo? Where are these? What class are they in? GT3. Well, we should do GT3 Gen 2 first, because so basically anything that's called Gen 2 is the new tire model. So I'll do the Porsche, because for me that's like the benchmark of well, they don't have a search bar. I'm just a bit slow with this sort of stuff. For some reason, I really like this. I don't know is it just the livery thing? Is it just how many liveries a car has? But for some reason, I really like this little icon. I don't know what it is. Like, if it was animated, like a little holographic sticker, which I don't think you can do in this user interface, but I don't know why. This icon, just a little hue thing. Oh yeah. That's the only thing with personality. Craig, thanks for subscribing. Really appreciate the support. Oh. Do I have the DLC? Or is that everyone has it at the moment? Thanks for following. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Thanks for clicking the like button. Really appreciate all the support. Right. Host settings. See, this is really good. This whole thing. You can set it. You can just go. Password is T in capital letters. Oh yeah, graphically AMS2's fantastic, yeah. Hello, it's Billy Strange. Billy Strange Auto Models. I watch your videos, Billy. Like I put them on, like just watch you do random car stuff. Because I'm shit at making car models, so I watch them like, Are you going to any like model shows soon? Because I would like to see like good sort of just like a nice video of a good like car model thing in America. I really like those little, you know, like the little model scenes they make, vignettes and stuff. I appreciate it. Jim K, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, guys, check out Billy's channel if you like car model stuff. So he last video he did was talking about the was it the Audi, but using some sim footage and then doing the car model. It's weird. I don't really know the car model scene as like how it sort of operates and what would you know, what works with content and stuff. It's like a totally different. You might have to refresh Thomas a few times and it's passworded. Maybe just give it a minute to come up. You've refreshed to death. Have you got the... It should work, right? Yeah, YouTube's weird for different subject areas. Because there's a whole thing where people just like watching a process, like something just being built slowly. Each step edited. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is having fun. Did you not think of like maybe creating a completely new channel? Because I do think YouTube does pigeonhole content largely based off previous subscribers, and then what they, if it advertised it to them, and then to get news for stuff to get shuffled to the right new subscribers, if it's a completely different subject area, it might actually be a good idea. I mean, I know your priority is not like building a mega huge model building YouTube channel, but I think it's just interesting. We don't have a rating on here, do we? Rules and penalties. Where's the rating? Okay, I'm going to make a new server, guys. We'll see what's going on. Did the game crash or did I close it? Did I quit the game there by accident? That's always a good sign of user interface design. When you accidentally quit the game. Did that crash or did I close it? Normally you get bug splat if this Madness engine crashes. Oh, making a new server, guys. Try again. Man, I'm hungry as well. Alright. Create new. Host settings. Gamer muscle ye. Password is T. Practice session off. Qualifying on. Race settings. Opponents. No. I know, minimum rating is F. Oh, hello! Oh, no. I'm trying, Thomas. Thank you very much.
Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you very much, Thomas. Right, it should all be there. Do you need like DLC and stuff? There's nothing else I can set. Yeah, I don't think I bought any of this DLC. I think it's already there, right? For everyone, it's free weekend. Right, let's try that. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's free DLC weekend, so all the content should just work. See, what some people coming in. Any luck? Ah. I wonder why it's working. Maybe restart Steam or something, or I can't think what. I don't think I can do anything. Some people were struggling to see a server earlier, but I don't know if that was a separate issue. Yeah, but they can't even see the server to type the password. Is there a passworded server filter? I'm gonna start this and see if it comes up when we start it. Here we go, the GT3 test. The new cars seem alright, Martin, yeah. Seems to drive more naturally. Cold tyres. The ice tyres. It still is in some ways quite slidey, but It still is like AMS2, but dialed in a lot better. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's game changing. But like this car is well sliding. I know the tyres are cold, but still. It's so sliding. This is driving like the Formula Ford. I think that's on cut slicks. Okay, Thomas. Sorry. What ein disaster. Yeah, I mean this car is so sliding. Shite! Spangort! This is like driving a... Oh, look how it's slidey it is. I mean, maybe it's better than it was before, and we're not absolutely drifting it, but I don't think the GT3 cars were that bad before. I think it's fun. I think it's more fun to drive. That's the main thing. Like, it's more... I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm just misremembering and stuff, but I'm finding it not as... I found it a bit of a chore to drive before. Because you'd be soaring away at the wheel like a tit. And it was just tiring, because one of the satisfying things of driving is driving on the pedals. So... Yeah, that's the number one criteria is it fun, and I think it's less frustrating to drive now, which is that's the biggest thing. Also, this is default setups as well, so hello NF650. So I think before, a lot of people might find that slidiness, that real slidiness and being able to use the steering wheel to recover everything, a lot of people might find that enjoyable and easy to drive. But if you're someone that can drive on the pedals, that actually becomes a chore because you're encouraged to like wave your hands around like an idiot rather than finesse the vehicle, which is that's the satisfying part of driving, is finessing it. So this we'll see what our lap times are, but this does encourage us to finesse the vehicle more. But it's still very forgiving in an overly slidey way, but not. Bloody the track marshals! So at the moment, in terms of motion sickness, Silverstone and Donington are good. So we just need to find a list of tracks. But I think we can have fun racing with this again, like community racing. Oh yeah, it definitely has less of that centre. Well, I've not really noticed it too much. That centre pivoty rotation seems to be that's definitely seems less pronounced, especially with that LMP2 car. So that's good. Like getting on the throttle pushes the whole car out rather than just the back. the thing is, though, right? So it feels like this is genuinely a really good update. Seems that way, at least. The problem is, AMS2, Reza, did all those other updates going on about, oh, games, we've done this, and I'm sure they did lots of work with it, but basically they didn't really do stuff fundamentally, and so it seems like this update actually is quite a bit better in many ways, but they're just like, you know, I think they've, from AMS2 fans lap everything up, but I think from a wider audience they've probably lost a bit of credibility. But then again, the wider audience probably doesn't care, and it's all marketing anyway, so. It is less floppy, yeah. I think most people enjoy this more now. Less floppy. Ever since I took this blue pill, it's less floppy. Still has that snap braking thing with cars with less downforce, where you can't really feel the point at where the braking is gonna give out. The car sounds are nice, actually. I think they've done a good job on polishing sound. I love Donington. It's got such a nice, it's a simple track. I mean, in real life, absolutely terrifying. People bin it here and get wrecked into. I mean, you've got that, is it like Billy Munger, and a whole bunch of people have had really bad accidents there. But in real life, it's a nice flowing track as well. Feels nice. I've only had passenger laps around it though. It's just a nice flowing track. So I'd track for overtakes there. Right. The game's running really well. I don't know if they've changed anything graphics wise, but it's I mean, maybe my computer, maybe we've got new drivers and stuff and what have you, but you need to change the graphics in the game. Definitely, yeah, I think it just feels more polished in general as well, which is nice. I know, Tom. I don't know what's going on. We had more people in the previous one. I'm not sure what's going on. We'll do this race. It's only a 5-lap race, and then we'll restart and we'll see what happens. Maybe it's a DLC bug or something. Whoa. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button as well. Thanks, welcome to all the new subscribers to the channel. If you enjoy sim racing, flight sims, bold hair times, Welcome to everyone on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Hear ye, hear ye. I don't know. I think everyone does, Thomas, because it's a free weekend for DLC. Oh no, this bug's still there. Oh, there we go. Lamborghini. I think it is much better, yeah. I think a lot of people enjoy it more. The Lamborghini looks nice. I'm like, guys, the crispness and clarity in this game, like, bloody hell, like the non-TAA and DLSS and just how sharp things look, it makes such a difference. Like the edges of vehicles and scenery and stuff just pops. And because I'm playing at 4K on an OLED, and like just to pick like the individual trees in the distance, it's just sharp, like super sharp. It's so good. I hate deferred rendering AA. It's so bad. It's so bad, and so many games use it. Like, it genuinely hurts my eyes. And this, the crispness in this, is what real life. Like, I think it actually has a surprising impact on your perception of stuff as a video game. The crispness makes it feel like you're looking at something with your actual eyes in real life. And also, you don't have the blur thing that makes it feel like delayed, like you're drugged. Yeah, the Madness engine, like graphically, is like it's still the best looking to running engine out there. He lost it on the curb. I tried to avoid him as well. I think he was already going. I couldn't really do anything there. I'm not sure if I hit him. Yeah, we need to. This is running. I don't know if it's because we, as I say, we're using new NVIDIA drivers and we've tweaked our system more, but. I mean, AMS2 always used to run well. I say we play on the Steam. It's the only driving game I really play. I play this, Maniac, Woden, Jeep. There's a couple of driving games I play on the Steam Deck. But this is one of the ones I play. Ow. Let's test the netcode a bit. Gonna let him go. See, the nice thing is, there's not that much car smoothing in this, but it's a bit like Race Room in that you can, T in capital letters, it's a bit like Race Room in that you can have a car contact without it firing the car off. So, even though it's not as smooth as it could be, I think this is more enjoyable to drive than ACC. To be honest, like now that the handling's a lot more less drifty or whatever, and this has always had better force feedback than ACC. And the cars don't get stuck. Like, sure, they're more slidey and they're not as bitey as ACC. But they're not getting stuck in like an on-off passenger slide. So I think I'd put this above ACC actually, in many ways. Let's drive into him a bit. I'm gonna see what it's like with the netcode. No, I mean, that's pretty good. I was trying to just tap him gently, but we missed him. But we're like centimetres away, and he's got 100 ping. So that's good. I don't know if they fixed that big prediction error. Just totally rammed him. Good driving. Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, fair play. That was really good, fun driving. And a bit of contact. Nothing stupid. Car was pretty consistent. Good, you know. That felt pretty solid. I mean, I enjoyed that more than when I'm playing LMU and ACC. Like, just... Yeah, I'd say the cars are a bit... They don't have that groove bite. That seems to be missing. They're a bit floaty still. But the floatiness is like you're trail braking, you're driving on the brakes. You're crucially not just using the steering wheel to bail yourself out of the corner. You're braking into the corner and then getting on the accelerator after the apex. Previous stuff in AMS2, you would get on the accelerator before the apex because it magic hooked up the diff and what have you. And also the trail braking, leaning the car into the corner is more progressive with this now. So you're using the brake modulation to get through the corner, which is satisfying, rather than it feeling like you had to open the diff more to try and get the car to rotate. So, yeah, you know, it's really good. And the netcode seemed pretty good there with 100 pings. I'm going to try another server. Well, what's happened here? We're going back to lobby screen. Wait. Can you get in now, Top? Can you see if this server's up here? That was just that was just fun. That was just fun driving. I mean, we need to try other setups. I don't know what is going on with my other monitor here. It's having a bit of a fanny. I might restart AMS2 here. Yeah, I know, but other people can't join in. I'm just going to restart because my other monitor's going crazy. Oh, it didn't crash last time. I clicked exit and that takes you to the desktop. I need to just stop this, and there's something bugging out on my other monitor. That's the worst thing with OLED screens is that the problem with OLEDs, not OLEDs, these LGC ones is they're HDMI, not DisplayPort. And the graphics card does not like 4K HDMI monitors at 120 Hz, that's for sure. Why would they not put a DisplayPort on these monitors? I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm just going to have to turn the... I'm not sure what's going on here. I wouldn't say it's like AC1, really. I'd like... Yeah, no, I wouldn't really describe it as AC because it feels flatter than AC. But I mean, in the sense that the cars are controllable, yeah. But I wouldn't even say it's like AMS1 either. I think it's like if you got Project Cars 2 and did as good a job as you possibly could with Project Cars 2. That's how I would put it. It still had like and right. This is the funny thing. I was one of the few people that was like, oh, actually, there's lots of Project Cars 2 that's really good. Like, I enjoy lots of Project Cars 2. We were one of the only channels that really aggressively played Project Cars 2 and actually played it a lot and live streamed it a lot. You know? And so there was a lot of people that were giving Project Cars 2 loads of shit, who didn't even really play it that much. A lot of just a general, there was like a general consensus view on Project Cars 2 that was just completely ignored some aspects of the positive aspects of it. Don't get me wrong, there's weird stuff with it, but the thing is, there's this thing where I think what's happened is you have AMS2 fanboys that were AMS1 fanboys. The AMS1 fanboys didn't like Project Cars 2 because, well, it's quite a big departure from how AMS1 drove. And so, in that narrative, they were like, oh, Project Cars 2, Need for Speed Shift, whatever. And then there was also, we are going. There was also a lot of sort of arrogant type promotion for Project Cars 1 and 2, because that's just how they promote that game. So that then became a meme that Project Cars 2 is just universally terrible, when it just wasn't the case. Which is why when AMS2 launched, you remember me saying, oh, I think Reese will do a really good job, it has potential, whereas a lot of people are like, oh, it's Project Cars 2, it'll be terrible. Ironically, then it was actually pretty terrible, because it did actually basically drive like Project Cars, the bad parts of Project Cars 2. However, the point is, it's not just de facto bad, it's more complex than that. Anyway, you have these weird, like, general narratives about physics engines and sims and what's realistic and what isn't realistic that are overly simplified that then just get repeated on the internet. It's like that, and that's the way it is. Huh. Have I just changed the frame rate of the wrong monitor? I hope I haven't. Oh. Right. It is what it is. I need to get some food. I'm going to try making a new server again now. What? I don't know. I'm not. I'm only using a single monitor, so I don't know about that stuff. It's subjective. Well, yeah, it's that echo chamber thing, I think, is really magnified online. I mean, and that's going to happen. Echo chambers will happen everywhere. It's just human behaviour. Most people will want to find people that agree with them because it's less mental effort. FFP is like a language. Right, we're going to do another GT3 race, but I'm going to pick a different car. And we're host settings. Gamer muscle tussle. I'll password it again. Let's see if Thomas can find it this time. See, are these GTE new? Are they new? Are they new? Are they Gen 2 GTE? Yeah, I know what you mean about Evo, yeah. Where's GTE? Are these new new? new? It's very hard to know what's new and what's not new. These cars were fun. It'd be nice if they updated them. Those are new V1. Where's GTE then? Like, I don't get it. We've got LMP2 Gen 2. And we've got GT3. GTE. These are not Gen 2. These are just GTE. I don't know. I was always surprised that they didn't ever do a rally game with the Madness engine because it'd be better than bloody some of the other stuff. What does the star mean? I don't know what does the star mean, guys? Oh, DLC. Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Oh, this is good that they've got some GT3 cars that aren't DLC, so you'll be able to do GT3 racing. It's a good idea. Shall I try this? Or should we... Oh, the McLaren, there we go. This is an interesting car. Opponent, same class. What's another flat track that I'm not going to get motion sick on? No, I know. I don't, Eric. You would not believe. Yeah, I know one of the developers for BeamNG, and I talk with them quite a lot. And you would not believe the amount of effort I try, and friends of mine as well try. We're like, look, BeamNG needs to license itself as a rally game, so someone can make a BeamNG based rally game. It needs to happen. And he's like, I'm like, it needs to happen. Make it happen. I'll pay you money. Now they're really the BeamNG. The guy I know from BeamNG is awesome, absolute legend. I mean, they're doing so well. They're doing so well with what they do, and it's so popular, and they're making plenty of money. So, like, you know, let's we do Nürburgring. Let's give that a go. Yeah, so the off-roading BeamNG as well also helps mask some of the tyre model issues. Yeah, it's interesting. They're always doing loads of work on it, though. They're, if any of our viewers are physics programmers as well, they're hiring at the moment. So if you're a physics legend, I'd hit them up. Really good guys, and they do a lot of remote work as well. So right, let's try that. I think the difficulty for something like BeamNG is that it's so complex, and you have it's a fine balance between what's a mental physics engine and the type of people required for like insanity physics engines, and then you know, people that are just going to do more boring stuff, and the type of people that want to work on projects like BeamNG are normally like complete geniuses. So that's the problem with sim development as well in general, I think, is that you notice you'll have like absolute genius physics programmers, but then they're not necessarily the best people for producing a general video game. They're really good at producing engine technology. So I mean, I've experienced that on a bunch of stuff. Like I've done very simple games, and weirdly on projects I've done, just this is really simple web games, basic stuff, having a programmer that's technically a worse programmer, like the programmer themselves they don't pretend to be like really good, but they're like, because they're not that insanity type programmer, they're more open to doing more like menial stuff, or like not trying to reinvent the wheel, which means the project gets done faster. And like things work better, and they're open to doing stuff in a really boring way. Whereas when you've got programmers that are like shit hot, they always want to do like amazing stuff. Oh, Thomas, what is going on? Thomas has been bad. Maybe your ping's too high. Everyone else is getting in, Thomas. Even with your bribiness, you can't get in. What is this? Thomas is banned? Why can't you get in? It's even the track's even in Germany. What? Right. Wunderbar. Spangautobar. Why can he not get in the server? Everyone else can see it. Has the game... updated correctly. What and can you do? Have you done a single player race with content first? Maybe someone else can help. We'll do this. Maybe someone else can, or someone test hosting, see if Thomas can get into it, or see another server. Maybe my computer just doesn't accept the Thomas. Has he got filter on? Bold filter. Yeah, Novotny. Yeah, there you go. We'll do this, and Novotny can fire up a server and see if that does it. How's the force feedback compared to AC? This game has quite good. Well, first of all, you can fully customize the force feedback in this with custom files, which is really good, and I think all sims should offer that. The force feedback's not quite as good for braking feel in this compared to AC, but the force feedback does let you feel what the car's doing, and it's totally fine. So it's I don't have any issues with the force feedback in this, and I really like that you can customize it to whatever you want if you really want to delve deep into files. That was because of with Project Cars 1, a lot of people were like, oh, we want to fully be able to fully customize force feedback, so they put that in the engine. It's still a bit slidey, but the point is the cars have actually seem more balanced, better balanced now. So as I was saying earlier, I mean we'll do a video on this, but like you're trail braking into the corner and then getting on the throttle after the apex, whereas previously you were getting on the throttle really early because it would pull the car around the corner. So you drive more on the pedals now. It feels more balanced, generally speaking. Springiness is more like a settings thing, and how the tyres are. It's alright, it's perfectly fine. I mean, we just had a fun race around. The LMP2 race we did was good fun, and the Donington race we just did was nice. We're now going to try this car. The cold tyres are very low grip. Yeah, the game definitely doesn't have a particularly bitey feel to it, though. It's definitely still in the general slidey ballpark, even when the tyres are warm. Frame rate though is amazing. General performance is really nice. You still get a bit of that feeling that the rear's a bit dislocated from the front in slidiness, like you're on the throttle powering through the corners, but it gets better as the tyres warm up. Yeah, it looks really nice. Sounds, they've done a good job on the sounds. Like there was some like audio holes previously in the audio where it would like go. The audio loop was a bit messed up, which I think they've improved. What would help, if you play in VR, it helps make things feel a bit less slidey, so that would help as well. Yeah, Crofton. This is a fantastic track. Nailed it. You do have a tighter window for what you can get away with, but it's still very forgiving. Yeah, well, the big issue with iRacing is that you just can't drive over the limit at all or throw a car into a corner at all. So it insta-bins you. So from a gameplay perspective, you have to then memorise driving under the limit. Otherwise, it's just going to be game over in a race. But then on the downside of how slidey this is, it doesn't feel as precise. At least before you go over the limit in iRacing, it feels very precise. Like this is driving. It feels like I'm driving on road tyres, not slicks. The on-throttle behaviour is quite nice though, like out of that corner, it's quite nice. Well, LFM just has support with it now, so you'll be able to do LFM races, which I think would be quite fun. Look at how it's sliding through Schumacher S's, ridiculous. Suspension over big bumps, that was good. That was much better than ACC. If you hit the sausage in ACC. What was it called? Game of Muscle something. Ah, I can't remember. I know, the Motley server. Motley's fairground. It's the worst fairground ever. Well, so from my understanding, McLarens in real life are super pokey and direct. Like, they're not slidey like this. They're absolutely like on the nose. You watch the onboards, they look unhinged. So this is driving like it's on road tyres, not slicks. With fixed setup. It's good. It's a good default setup though. Like the fixed setup's nice. This is out to public, yeah. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good fun. It's not. It doesn't drive as realistically as AC, but it's much better than it used to be. I think it. Generally, I'd say, for me, this is more fun to drive than LMU and ACC. I'm not sure if I'd say it's more realistic, but I think the force feedback's nice. And the... yeah, it's generally nice to drive. It's a lot. It seems less hovercrafty than it was previously. You get on the throttle where you'd expect to get on the throttle, and the trail baking's better. Here we go. It's nice and fun to drive, like the the handling's just fun. It's just nice. I think it's just enjoyable. Could do with a bit more initial grip would be nice, but other than that, it's fine. Say it's like it's not. It doesn't feel like it's. It just feels like you're on a very slidey tyre compound that doesn't have that bite, but the actual balance feels a lot better. Does that make sense? We'll do it. We'll do a video covering it, but I think it's fun to drive. That's the main thing. I'm not finding it annoying to drive like I was previously. That's why we stopped playing AMS2, because it was just annoying. Hovercrafting everywhere. BMW power. Yeah, I haven't got near the UI. There is a radar. We just haven't. I've not messed around with UI stuff. Oh, sorry, you broke earlier than I was expecting. Go back in front. See, that's a good thing with the contacts in this. If you hit someone, it doesn't fire the car off the track, so you can have a bit of contact. It's unrealistically forgiving for contacts, but that's better for gameplay. And it also helps make up for pings being a bit off at times. So that's way less frustrating. That's like how Race Room is. You can like hit into people a bit too aggressively, but it really makes up for like lag and netcode things. Fishing AMS2 fans. Now I'm sure. Well, it blows people's minds when I'm like consistently critical. It confuses people. The world's a crazy place when you form your views based off what's actually happening. Password is T in capital letters. It's a lot less mentally taxing if you form your views off what you can actually experience, though. It's a lot less surprising. You're just like, oh, that's what's happening. Lambs to the slaughter. It's like one of those trucks full of sheep. Yeah, we're having good quality racing here. The netcode and stuff's good. Like, this is so much better than most race. Like, ignore sim racing as well. Ignore sim racing stuff. This is way better than like F1, the F1 games, or Gran Turismo, or you know, like the quality of racing that we're having here. It's a shame this didn't come out on console, because it would really sell quite well, I think. They're probably not allowed to release it on console. Yeah, this would do really well on console, especially as it is now, because there's a big hole in the console space for good sort of dry, more realistic racing games, and there's a lot of people that want that who are currently playing Gran Turismo and Forza and stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, compare this to Forza. Like, this absolutely shits on Forza. This is the thing, like, okay, you can compare this to like aspects of certain PC sims and the nuances of real cars and things, fine. That's from a raw simulation perspective. But from a general gaming perspective, like, the games are just so bad at the moment as well, in terms of what's come out. It's such a shame that Reza don't have this on console. See, that was nice. See how he drove into us and it just knocked us a bit, which is probably not that unrealistic. You know, and he missed a corner, and we didn't. So that netcode, that like sort of netcode, is way better. Well, it is, Shumi, if it came out on console. Like, the bar is so low on console. But even like the big popular games, say like Gran Turismo, it's just, look, I mean, yeah, imagine that. Imagine that car contacting iRacing, we'd have gone flying off, or even in AC1, we'd have gone, or ACC, we'd have gone flying off the track. So, like, Race Room and R-Factor 2 do really good netcode car contacts. I can hear a car, yeah, he's still there. I can just hear him. So I was like, oh, I'm not going to turn right now. Yeah, Project Cars 2 came out on console. It's probably a licensing thing. As part of their licensing agreement, they're probably not allowed to release on console. Maybe they are, I don't know. They'd make a good amount of money if they release this on console there. A bit of that's good fun though, having been able to like drive into people. It's really lacking in games. I really like that. I tell you what, Race Room and Wreckfest are the only games that let you actually properly aggressively drive and attack with the risk of having a bit of a contact. And if you watch real like GT3, especially in the past, or especially like older stuff, BTCC and all these other things, it's perfectly normal to have contacts. Like, it's a really normal thing. Oh, there it is. I do have a look. Right, but I can do with the look backwards button. Ah, whoa! No, I'm trying to turn the force feedback down. Oh dear. Pushes the ejector seat button by accident. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think we can have good community racing with this. It's good. It's a free weekend for Black Friday. Whoops. Oh. Well, nailed it. Have I gone across the finish line yet? Nailed it, guys. Well done, Phil DeVille. Stormart, back attack. Good racing there. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's because the force feedback is nice, even though it's a bit slidey, it makes it quite satisfying to drive. And then, as I say, you could drive on the brake and the accelerator. And these are GT3 cars. What have we got any cars in this that are not GT3 that are new? That are not super duper slidey? Has Thomas fixed the server? Has fixed his game? Thomas and his wall hacks. Thomas, have you got it working? We've done the LMP2. You chose Island Steam server. And now it's working. What? No Germans welcome here. So what's new? What's a new car that they need to update these cars, because these are the best cars for racing in the sim, but they're super duper slidey. New cars that have the new the 1.6 supposedly not whatever. Oh, we're on Gen 3 with these. Where's the Audi? What's the Audi in? What's the Audi, guys? What class is it? DTM Classic. Where's this? Oh, GT4s could be interesting for racing. They're probably still very slidey though. German class. German class cars. What's your favourite class of vehicle? German. Where is it? I'm trying to find the German class. German class. Hello. I can't see German class, guys. It's hidden. I'm probably scrolling past it repeatedly.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one.
It's written weird.
Probably one of the
hot cars.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice like.
German Group A. Is it this?
It's really good.
Is it German Group A? Is it this? Here we go. German class. It's written weirdly. I can only read Comic Sans. Here we go. This is a nice car. German class. This is peak vehicleage. I'm going for the golden Nintendo controller version. What? Great. Yeah, okay. German class. That's German class for you. Are you ready for some German class racing, guys? It's class and it's German. Wunderbar. Probably do. What's a flat track that won't break our brain? There's too many hilly tracks. I mean, hilly tracks are the best to drive, but they also give us motion sickness in this game. No. Daytona. Let's go. We just did Nürburgring. Adelaide's flat. This track's flat, but it's ridiculous. Hockenheim's flat. Great track. And we're in Germany. Perfect. Perfect. You ready, guys? Problem. Got a slight wheel problem here. I have to hold my shaft, otherwise it starts vibrating. we go. Okay. Boomer. At least the Moser has a wide shaft. We're going to cheat and use flappy paddles with this car. Don't question it. Thanks for clicking the like button, guys. You've broken. We've had so many viewers that you've broken the view gauge. We've like 400 people watching. What's going on? They're all lurking. They're all the AMS2 fanboys. They've got us on the background going, "Oh, is he gonna say something miserable about our favourite game? We wanted it. We just can't wait for a negative reaction. I want to feel miserable. I'm expecting negativity because he's consistently honest about something I like. I'm going to tune in and discover that I'm not happy. Oh no, he's actually been surprisingly positive. Oh, I don't know what to feel now. Is it loading? Maybe. Might just be a bit slow. Don't worry about it. We've learned how to load. Here we go. Hold the door. Wow, the understeer. Oh, is it all-wheel drive? Yeah, let's forget about that. Let's give it some welly. Hello, let's do some oversteer. That's more like it. Okay, this car has weird physics. Yeah, this car's a bit sloppy. See, the problem is, it just doesn't have that bite. So you really know, with cars like this, which, granted, they are quite slidey cars, but they need to have that bite before they go into the slip component. So, it magnifies the bad aspects of the physics. Yeah, a four-wheel drive car still is a car on wheels that still bite into a road before going into like vague slip. The AMS2's always in slip. It's not as bad as it used to be, and it's more balanced, but it's always in like huge amounts of slip relative to other sims and any real car I've been in. So yes, we've driven this car in other simulators. 23 on the server. That is true, we haven't driven it in a gold livery. I mean, it feels like we're driving on snow, not tarmac. It probably drives better on the dirt than on the road. That's a new line. I only went 10 metres off the track. We were only wide by a football pitch. I don't see the problem. We were letting the spectators look at the car closer. Yeah, I think the problem is that the car's covered in gold and it's weighing it down. That's the obvious conclusion. Well, we'll do a video, Tom, because I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Look, we've got a bit of wood dash in here. That's all you need, guys. Downloading. Ooh. It's like new best time sector. It's like you're driving in the wet already, even though it's dry conditions. You know. Yeah, but 1992 cars still bite the road. Yeah, they're slidey, but they still on wheels. This is not it's not a hard concept to understand. Cars still drive like cars. This is going to be a mental race with this. Woo! You go, if you lose grip on all four tyres, you're going sliding. Yeah, it drives like a sledge, doesn't it? This is not how an Audi would actually handle. Like, people, like the other cars we drove are not that bad. They're a lot better. The GT3 cars, but there's this weird thing where, so the problem is people get confused over the fact that a real car is controllable in a slide. You can slide it around a lot. However, there's a defined, like, somewhat grippy state, then you start getting onto the limit, and then it gets light and manoeuvrable. Older tyres, sure, lots of older tyres will have a much more gradual fall off, and they're more sort of just slidey, more like a road car tyre. However, they still do have quite a bit of bite to them in a general sense, and aren't just, like, super vaguely wish-washy. So, like, a tyre on tarmac is rubber on a road surface. It has a certain bite to it, like, unless you're on like a, you know, like the really thin bicycle vintage tyres and stuff, or, you know, whatever. There is like it isn't that you're always just in massive slip slide. It's not like you're driving on snow. There's a different sort of grip profile, even with older tyres. It all scales and what have you. So, the thing is, some people are like, oh, it's really slidey and controllable, therefore it's realistic. And other people are like, oh, it's completely bitted and grippy and then it kills you. It's like, obviously, it's this more subtle aspects to it. So, yeah, I think the general the general takeaway with the other cars is that at least it's not like you're not wellying the GT3 cars around the corner like hovercrafts, and you're not stabbing the accelerator pre-apex to get for it to magic hook up. So the cars are much more balanced and neutral than they used to be. The cars have been updated, and I think it's quite enjoyable to drive, like the LMP2 car and the GT3 cars. I think they're fun to drive, but it's still very floaty, so like lacking that initial bite. It's like you're always effectively over the limit, you know. That's how it kind of drives, or it's kind of like you put road tyres with the GT3 cars. It's like you're in a GT3 car that's on road tyres. It's really weird. And I have actually been around a track, passenger laps. I have had passenger laps in a GT4 car that was on road tyres. And it was, the way that it slid around is kind of like how AMS2 is. So I think the general behaviour is not necessarily, it's not necessarily massively off now, but it's not like with this is obviously not a modern car, but like the other cars, it's not like slicks, how they bite into the road and then sort of snap a bit, but it's still forgiving. Like, just you have to just play AC1 for that slick kind of behaviour where it's very controllable, it's very forgiving, but it's also a little bit quite snappy. It's probably more, well, it is, I'd say, more snappy in real life than how AC1 is, but whereas this is like mega slidey, but I think much better than it used to be. I think the LMP2 car benefits from the downforce, and probably the GT3 cars probably benefit from that as well. Helps make them make up for the tyres not being that bitey. Yeah, no, we're not saying that 90s cars aren't slidey, but you drive 90s cars in AC or like other simulators, and you'll see that they're not, it's way closer to like not being. This is like slow motion weird slidiness as well. It doesn't make any sense. Like even through this corner, it's like a really vague. It's like snow. Yeah, like Race Room is much better with this sort of thing. Yeah, Race Room, AMS1, AC. Like this, I don't know how you could drive this and be like, oh yeah, this is great. I mean, unless it was like super cold tyres on a completely like green track or like icy track or something. Well, no, you can make an educated guess, Lenergy, and I guarantee you that this car did not handle like this in real life. Like, it's just not how tyres behave. You mental? It's like if you load up bloody. Take on helicopters and go, you have no idea how those helicopters fly. It's like, well, you'd have to be insane to think that those helicopters is how helicopters would behave. But I guess if you want to believe it, fine. Well, no, Leonard, you're being stupid. There are educated guesses because you have video footage of the real cars, and you've been in cars yourself, and you have an understanding of how physics generally operate. Why would it be slow motion, unsatisfying, vague, weird snow driving on tarmac? You wouldn't even design a car like that. You wouldn't even. It doesn't make any sense. The envelope's just completely wrong. Like, but okay, if you want to believe this is how it was, fine. I'm happy for it. It doesn't really matter. No one's ever going to drive one of these, let's be honest. Yeah, is this like one of the cars that's not updated at all? See, the thing is, I think AMS2 fanboys would jump into this and they get into a massive amount of slidiness, and it's very easy to control the slide. So they're then like, oh wow guys, oh what an amazing car. And that was like kind of going back with AMS2 in many ways. And then they're like, oh god, it's so amazing, because they're not the type of people that don't have very good car control for fast, like quickly catching a car and being very precise on the brake and the accelerator. So this sort of slow motion sloppy slide makes them feel like a driving god, which is really fun for people that aren't used to more snappy cars from like AMS1, Live for Speed, AC1, R Factor 2, you know. A trail braking definitely works a lot better now, yeah. Like the car actually responds better to trail braking. You can drive on the brakes a lot better. That is a big improvement. But then it's still operating within a sort of perspective of it being very sloppy. So I think the GT3 cars were quite fun to drive. Like, I preferred them over ACC personally, from an enjoyment perspective. AMS2 drives are rubbish. I think if you've got a physics engine that allows you to like welly cars around very easily and it's all slow motion, then you don't have to be as skilled of a driver to balance and recover the cars. Because it's like if you turn the physics speed down in a flight sim or something else, it makes it a lot more accommodating. So it'll appeal to drivers that struggle with being more snappy. So yeah, it'll make it easier. So it will appeal to worse drivers, generally speaking. But when you get to like, if you're going to be racing competitively, doesn't matter what game you're playing, it's going to be hard because you're trying to beat other people that are doing the best they can. So like, Trackmania is insane at a competitive level. So anything will be really hard. We'll drive a different car, Thomas. But Thomas, hang on. You couldn't know. It's not like you've ever driven anything quickly in real life. How would you know? How could you possibly know, Thomas? How could you think that this car maybe in AC is a little bit better than this one? How could you know? You would have to have driven this car in real life to think that this is to know that this is not a bit weird. No, there's all-wheel drive vintage cars in AC. This is such a like ill-defined, sloppy car. This probably drives well on the dirt though. This would be good to do off-road racing. I just can't believe that someone would jump in this car and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's drivable and, yeah, you're sliding it around and stuff. Great. But you would really have to have not played AMS1, AC, R Factor 2, LFM, Lift for Speed. You'd really have to not just not know. I mean, maybe someone just really likes ill-defined, sloppy, slow-motion, sliding vehicles. Fine. But this is the worst car that we've driven so far out of the update. Seems like everyone else was struggling with it. Yeah, we need to try a different car. This type of vehicle would normally be my favourite type of vehicle as well, to be honest. If it... Like, cars that actually are really slidey, and vintage cars like 90s DTMs, I think are some of the most fun cars to drive. But they have to have a sort of... you're driving them using, like, momentum, the roll of the suspension, and then a bit of initial bite, and... working with that. This just feels bland. It feels simplistic to drive. That, and you know, I imagine these are anything but simplistic. Car model's nice though. Graphics are nice. Yeah, that's not Leonard G. That's complete straw, man. It's not going to be understeer all the time, and if you're already in the slide and on the throttle, it's not necessarily understeer, and the tyres would still bite the road to some extent if you're massively underdriving. So like it's like the cold tyre thing. Cold tyres have lower grip, but often the cars are still going to be balanced when the tyres are cold. So there's this weird meme in sim racing where the cold tyres, the physics just literally don't work properly. They're not actually that bad in this now, and they're not bad in some other games. But there's sims where the cold tyre, like iRacing, has cars like this. There's a bunch of stuff. R Factor 2's had this, LMU's had, I think they've changed it in LMU. where cold tyres, like, the cars just don't drive like cars. It's like, yeah, and then people go, well, the tyres are cold. And it's like, it's like cold tyres still work like tyres even when they're cold. They just have lower grip and the car's not optimal. But the car doesn't have its physics turn off. This is the point that you're talking about with these things is, do the physics make sense? It's not really about it being understeery, oversteery, or whatever. It's like, do the physics make sense? No. Well, you know, doesn't matter if it's cold tyres or all-wheel drive or whatever. Gonna do another car. What's another new car that's not crap like that? Right, that was terrible. Worst car so far. No, what's a nippy car? Like the LMP2 car was actually quite fun to drive. The GT3 cars, like even to be fair, the McLaren. So this McLaren in this, we just drove it last race. It's a good example. Like, it's fun to drive. You're not gunning the throttle or driving from the steering like previously necessarily. However, in reality, the McLaren, you can talk to bloody McLaren GT3 drivers if you want to. If you don't believe me, go and talk to like multiple real-world professional GT3 McLaren drivers. This car, in real life, is super on the nose, super pointy and pokey. That's literally what it is. That's like how it drives. You can see it in the videos, and you can talk to multiple real-life GT3 McLaren drivers if you don't believe me. And in this, it's like sliding all over the place. And it was fine, it's enjoyable, but it's so wish-washy. That it's still fun to drive, but it's not pointy and pokey and bitey and then controllable snapping slip that you'd expect from slicks. So, right, GTE's updated. Are you sure? All these GTE cars are updated. Let's do a Corvette. Right, then what happens is people go, oh, it's a setup. It's like, no, yeah, car setup does drastically affect how a car handles. Let's do it the same track because that was terrible with that other car. Setup can really affect how a car handles, obviously. But even with like a bog standard neutral setup, you can still get the gist of how a vehicle behaves in any sim, and you can tell what sim you're driving because you're still going to be dependent on the tyre model. So it's like you can't fix iRacing's tyre model with the car setup. You know, you're still going to get stuck over the limit, which then means you have to drive every car in iRacing in the same fundamental way. It's the same with AMS2. Like prior to this update, the meta was hovercrafting the cars through the corners and gunning the throttle and using the steering to power through. That was just how the physics were. So I think they've improved that drastically, but you know, you can't. A setup does not magically completely change a vehicle. That's another sim racing meme that's bizarre. The whole oh, it's the brake bias. Oh, it's the caster settings. It's tyre temperature. It's a tyre temperature, guys. It's a force feedback. It's a field of view. It's like, oh, bloody hell. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I've been doing sim racing for so long. I just know all these things. Just the same points that people will make that are upset with you saying the really obvious issues with the sim. No, but look, Quiet Byte, how could you know if you've never driven a real GT3 car? Like Rennsport is, the developer said it's the most realistic. So how could you know? I mean, I actually quite like this slidey aspect of Rennsport. I think it's quite enjoyable in some ways. The problem I have with Rennsport is I can't get it to run fast on my system. So from a gameplay perspective, I don't really care how realistic it is. I find it's quite fun. But it's so obvious that real cars do not slide around like that. Even if I hadn't ever been in a Radical SR3 driven around quickly by a very good driver, or in GT4 cars, or in an Aerial Atom, or whatever, or anything, even if I'd not done any of that, and even if I get rid of all that from my brain, you can still like have an understanding from watching how cars move that they don't wish-wash all over the place. No, I didn't crash the aerial atom almost. We just got on the throttle on a tight corner and spun it, which is a good thing to do. What you want to do is, if you've never driven a vehicle before, you want to spin or lock up or whatever, to know where the limit is, or to know how it handles. You want to do that on a bit of track where it's fine. That's a good thing to do. That's the first thing you should do in a car, is find a safe bit of track and feel out. Like if you go to even go-karting, find a bit where there's no one around you and see at what point it locks up, how it understeers, how to induce oversteer, what you can recover. That's like it's like if you go rollerblading or mountain biking or skiing, you find a safe area to see where the general limits are. Like if you go in a plane, you go to a high altitude and you practice doing some stalling at high altitude where you've got altitude so you're not going to die, and you're like, oh, that's how much you can turn before it stalls. That's the stall behaviour. That's how much angle. That's what the stall horn sounds like before it's like... It's a bit like... It's just like a normal thing to do. Right. There we go. Rant over. The view numbers go up when we rant. It's so stupid. Oh, no, he's ranting, guys. He's off on one. Bloody hell. Quick. Game of Muscles ranting. Oh, dear. It's so stupid how the internet works. I thought I'd just put a little traditional rant in there. To be honest, actually, the GTE cars were the best cars in Project Cars 2, so hopefully these are quite good in this. The GTE cars in iRacing are actually quite good. I love guessing how real-life race cars react. Right, why is this a hard concept for people to understand? Do you like the people that genuinely think someone could never guess as to what things are like? It's like, why is that like a mindset? It's like as if you can't use like footage of stuff or existing other simulators or actual experience of being in cars, or like it's as if like, oh no, you've said something negative about my game, so so yeah, no, you can't know. I think some people don't actually have an intuition for stuff. Maybe they're not that creative, so maybe from their perspective, they can't actually they can't comprehend the idea of imagining what something's like before doing it. So, like they can't imagine what snowboarding would be like unless they've done it, or wakeboarding, or whatever. They actually can't. They can't watch other people do something and go, oh yeah, I can have a loose idea as to what that would be like. So that is actually possible. So for them, it would be very confusing. You know, it would actually be quite. No, I think it's quite a good update, to be honest. It's more fun to drive, I'd say. Still, you can tell it's, you know, Madness Engine sort of Project Cars 2Z underbelly with the handling and stuff, but I think they've done the best they can, really. Like the trail braking to me seems better. Like you can drive the car through the corners on the brake better. you're driving more with the pedals than the steering wheel, so that's really good. It's more satisfying. It's less drifty. So no, Skywork. That's such a pathetic argument. It's like person identifies what is particularly good about something, and so obviously there will be something that's better. So they point that out, and so counter argument is, oh, they because this other thing that they're pointing to for very specific reasons does these things better. Oh, they're obviously biased to that thing. It's like me going, oh, you know, he keeps pointing to those scientists that believe the Earth is round, and he prefers that. So that makes his the argument is wrong because he keeps going. It's like, well, no, if something's evidently better, it is, and it's not their fault that that thing is evidently better in many ways. It's such a straw. It's a way of it's just a straw man. I don't think any sim feels like real life, to be honest, because you just don't have G-forces, and you don't have the crippling effect on your bank account. They all have aspects that are mirroring of real life, but not like real life. I mean, also, you don't have the sweltering race suit and diesel smell making you feel sick. So, you know. Also, you don't have like just an hour to get to grips with something. So, you know, those aspects of real life are going to like completely change the actual aspect of real driving. Just that alone, before you even talk about physics. Well, yeah, I mean, right, the thing is, if you say positive stuff, people won't question it. So, like, I would say it's an absolute fact that this AMS2 is way better to drive than Gran Turismo in most ways, way better than Forza. I find it more enjoyable to drive than ACC because I just find that boring. The force feedback's dull. It's not got the weird. There's some like it doesn't have any input latency or anything. You know. People are fully on board with that because say positive stuff, but then you point out that it has like this vague sort of slip behaviour, which is actually massively improved in 1.6. You point that out. Oh no, now you're questioning my cult. So iRacing. Oh, it's great under the limit. I like the online voice chat and everything. Cars roll into corners nicely. But mention the tyre model going off over the limit and overheating. Oh no, no, you're a real race driver. Have you driven this car on this track in these conditions? Oh, I saw that this real race driver said it was a good training tool. It's like the developer's literally working on fixing it. It's a pretty bloody obvious issue. Oh dear. Also, like, if someone's just having fun playing this, that's great. With any game. The issue with AC is you can do like really massive slides where your car would be balked. You can do like some weird engine braking stuff in AC that would absolutely destroy a car. The curbing is often super ridiculous unless you've got good mod tracks that fix it. The netcode, you have a little contact, you go flying off. You have to get mods and content manager, shader patch and pure, which is a complete ball ache. There's no online like matchmaking thing that really works. LFM's done a good job with MX-5s, but they run weird content. The cars that have above 150, 160 ping in AC, they start rowboating in a weird way, so you can't do proper bump drafting. So there's loads of shit with AC. But like the general tyre behaviour, though in many ways simplistic, the way the tyres have grip, get onto the limit, and then lose grip, and then the grip returns, and how you manipulate the vehicle Oh, we didn't mention the suspension's crap in AC as well. But how you manipulate the vehicle at the limit, how the grip goes and comes back, and how that's conveyed through the force feedback is just on another level to any other simulator. Just that, and that's why when you, yeah, it just lines up with the sort of process of driving. Thomas in third, TVDG second, David in first. Well done. Right, let's go. Oh, come on, guys. How do you do that? Every sim. I don't even understand how they drove into me there. So we got damage off, so we'll catch back up. Oh, the brake bias is reset, hasn't it? What? Was that netcode? Okay, there might still be some netcode issues there. That car in front just like rotated. Whoever that was, let me know if, on your client if I hit you. 'Cause that'll be interesting to know, because that was a big netcode issue with Project Cars 2. This is very reminiscent of Project Cars 2 GTE cars. Which I don't think they were terrible. They were some of the better cars in Project Cars 2.
The pace car is out of control.
It's just a bit, you know, it comes across a bit simplistic to drive. Yeah, VR's fantastic with this. And as I say, it's the best driving game on Steam Deck.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, welcome. Yeah, but look how much we're just sliding around here, and it's faster to do that as well. Okay, maybe not that much sliding. We are heating the tyres up, so I don't know how much they're wearing out, but... I know, there's all angry people. It's whenever I have a rant. It's Natalie Santos from Brazil with her bot accounts. Thanks for subscribing. I'm using the Mozart R12. Whoa, why did that lock there? Like, that's a Project Cars 2 thing. Why on earth did it lock up there? Don't make any sense. What on earth? Like, ridiculous, just snag lock. I mean, I know we got the brake bars far back, but it was perfectly fine for the rest of the lap, and then you have this magic snag. Pure Project Cars 2, that. Field of view. I know the brake bars is far back, but we just drove an entire lap beforehand. Yeah, it's set up. Get ready. Cold tyres, brake bias, field of view, force feedback. The tyres are hot, that's, yeah. Slipped on tea, banana peel. On-screen wheel rotation, air temp, radiator. Oh, actually, funnily enough, I was watching a thing about it was radicals. And one of the issues, if you go off-road in it, the radiator can get covered with grass and stuff, and then that can cause the car to overheat. So one of the things to be aware of in a car is to look at the temperatures if you go off-road to see, because the radiators could be covered with like debris or something, right? But it's just, that's just, I was thinking that's something that's not actually, I've never seen that simulated in a sim, like debris from the track covering a radiator, so that you would then actually have to bother to look at the radiator. You know, I can't think of a situation in a sim other than oval racing in iRacing where you need to pay attention to temperatures. So in some oval cars in iRacing, if you're if you're bump drafting too much, you're too close to car in front, you don't get enough clean air into the radiator, so it overheats. But I was thinking, oh, that's something that you could actually, you probably could simulate that in a reasonably simple way, in that if you go off-road, there's X probability of grass going over the grill. It'd be really annoying now. It'd be really annoying. But I was thinking it's something you could do in Sims. I'm surprised it hasn't been done. Yeah, it's exactly the same as a tear-off covering the radiator. It'd be so annoying, but if you're playing hardcore mode... It just struck me as a thing that I'm surprised, given that you could do it it's something that a programmer could probably implement in a short period of time. Well, it's a shame we got punted at the start of this race, because now we've had to do the whole race playing catch up. I'm going to try another GTE car after this. We'll do a different track. But like through this track, we're just like drifting everything. It's really weird. It's not the same hovercraft drift, but you know. It's more of an all-wheel slide drift, but it's just a lack of that initial bite, I think, is the thing that's causing that behaviour. Password is T. Well done, David. Thomas is second. Peter third. Right. We'll do another GTE race. The sounds seem good in this. Like it's quite immersively sounding to drive. Ow, cramp in my foot. Cramp in my foot. I'm going to try the Porsche. I like Porsches. What track should we do now? What's a flattish track? Hang on. Is this Estoril? Renamed. Is this Estoril, guys? Yeah. Good track, that. Let's do it. Has it got the new bit? So they ruined Estoril. They built like this. They changed the final sector. Oh no, it's the other. It's this layout, isn't it? That's the worst layout. It's better with the tight chicane layout. It's a really good track. It was the Estoril's in R Factor 2. Right, are you ready, guys? Yeah, I've just got to get a cup of tea quickly. Let me just start and stop this. We'll be back in a second, guys. I just need to get a cup of tea. I'm absolutely starving. Okay, some couscous quickly. Give me like 5 minutes. We've been going for 5 hours. I need a little break. Thanks for clicking the like button as well and all the follows and subs and stuff. Really appreciate it. Hello? Hello there. Hello, viewers. There you go, Nismo summing it up. It's still AMS2, it's still floaty, but it's less drifty mid-corner. There you go. That is pretty much a good way of putting it. And some cars are still a lot worse than other cars. Is it fun to drive? Yes, in many ways. Is it better than a lot of other driving games that have existed? Yes. Does it look nice? Yes. Does it run well in VR? Yes. Is there some features in it that other sims don't have? And tracks and content? Yes. Sounds improved? Yes. Have Reza done good work on it? Yes. Does it drive more realistically than AC, which is basically free? No. Is the force feedback nice in it? Yes. Is it better than AC in terms of letting you drive the car and feel exactly where the car is at the limit? No. Is AC free and 12 plus years old? Yes. Can you drive any car in the world pretty much? Any track in the world? Yes. So, is it difficult for a game to compete with that? Yes. I mean, bloody Kunos are going to struggle with Evo, let's be honest. Is iRacing expensive? Yes. So, it's great, but as always, the fact is, AMS fanboys will enjoy it. General people on the fence who just generally like driving games and VR will really enjoy it, as has always been the case with AMS2. Would your hardcore iRacers be convinced to suddenly go over to AMS2? No. Would your AC fans and stuff? No. Would a real driver that's looking to do real training to practice for a race use AMS2? No. They would use AC, maybe R Factor 2, maybe some custom stuff. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. It's just reality. Deal with it. Could you have good racing on low fuel motorsport? Probably. The netcode and stuff looks like it might be quite good. Does it still have some weird Project Cars 2 netcode bugs? It seems like it does. Well, iRacing is fantastic for training consistency, raw lap pace, pedal precision, absolute input precision, really smooth technique for steering and trail braking and throttle. So it's really good as a training tool, I think. Ironically, the physics issues in iRacing, I think, actually make it a better training tool. Like one of those reaction wall type scenarios. Yeah, the track scans are good as well. And the competition's just there. You just don't find the degree of competition in other simulators. Yeah, voice chat. Put the other wheel rim on, actually. Exactly, Lily. I don't know. This is the thing. It's not that people are saying it's bad. I don't get how people would be completely ignorant of that underlying weird slidiness that is fundamental to AMS2 and Project Cars 2. That lack of bite going from there was a good YouTube video on this that someone made talking about going from grip to slip. And a car has, if you're driving a real car on slick tyres and stuff, there is a really sort of defined sensation and feeling of being in a sort of fully gripped in state and going into slip. And there's a abrupt but quite almost infinitely smooth transition, but quite abrupt and fast from grip to slip. And then when you're in slip, there's a tight angle that's productive. But there's a definite feeling of in the groove. They refer to it as being in the groove. There's a specific feeling and nature where a car's like bit into the road, and you see when you're watching onboards, especially nose camera views of cameras or onboards, and when a car's like in that groove, you can see that it's barely like sliding left and right. It'll be like really, really like locked into the road surface with maybe a little bit of like gradual slip. And then when a driver really pushes it, you get the more you do see more aggressive slip, or if they go through certain corners, you see more slip angle. But there's a very sort of like poisey, bitey state that's very pronounced. It's just not. I think you get it in iRacing. I think you get it in AC. I think you get it in R Factor 2. I think it's in AMS 1, but it's just not in Project Cars 1, 2, or Automobilista. Yeah, exactly. Balancing at the limit. No, balancing at the limit is that you've got the tyres, you're already in that sort of slip. That's holding the slip. We're sort of saying that there's a... there's just a bitiness that tyres have. Especially slip tyres. I'm eating kids wouldn't eat this. It's couscous with spicy tomato and mackerel and garlic and what else to put in it? Salt and pepper and some butter. Really good. Yeah, kids would not eat that. Way too, like, spicy. Yeah, I think... I was sceptical at first, but I do agree. I could see how LFM and AMS2 could go together quite well. Just because AMS2 is like a single package, and you can race without owning all the DLC. Cheers, guys. Appreciate all the viewers and the follows and likes and everything. And it's been a nice chat. Oh, yeah. The AMS2 is really good on the Steam Deck. It's basically the only sim I play on the Steam Deck. Oh. Well, nice. I think tea tastes better when you make it in a smaller mug. Weirdly, like one tea bag in a mug this size is like optimal, and the temperature goes down at the right time. Like when you make tea in a bigger mug, it holds its temperature incorrectly, and then you like if it's bigger than this is like 270. If it gets to like 500 ml. You can't drink it before it's cooled down too much. There's definitely like this size mug is pretty good. Bang on for a cup of tea. What, Christy? What are my predictions for Evo? I think it's going to sell really well. I think it's going to be a little bit. I think it's going to overreach with features, and as a result. I think it's going to do some stuff worse because they've stretched themselves too thin. And then I think they'll have focused too much on like stupid road car bollocks, which a lot of people like. So from a business perspective, I think it'll be really good. And I think console players will really like it. So I think it will end up putting a lot of pressure on Gran Turismo. And I think it'll really appeal to Gran Turismo players. However, there's for the hardcore PC sim racers that are just desperate for something that's not iRacing, that has like good netcode, good time model, good force feedback, jumping races, not crashing, not too many bugs, blah blah blah. Just the basics. I think there's a lot of sim racers out there that just want like iRacing, but with force physics that are decent and force feedback that's good, and netcode that's good. Like, there's no anything else. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think it'll be interesting either way, though. I'm looking forward to it. And the thing is, AC's not going anywhere. It's the same with this. Like, it's good having more games, really. Like, a lot of people might not play the different games, but you don't have to play them. And the thing I would hope for generally, though, with a lot of sims is just better single player. So, because if there's like random cars. I'm sorry. Default brake bias is really far forwards. It ain't gonna turn. Sorry. This track looks nice. We ain't turning with the brake bias that far forwards. I just think it's a shame that we don't have many sims which have really good, solid single player. So it's like it's a shame with Microsoft Flight Sim that like I'm enjoying it and it's hilarious, but the single player's a bit shitty in it, which kind of ruins it because it's really. I think generally we're just lacking good single player games. We're going to do a video because I've already said like 5 times what we think of this, and every time we say what we say, we'll get the same like 3 people complaining. So it's a nice update. Hang on, someone summarised it in a sentence. Oh, see, we've got the brake bias too far back now. Someone summarised it in a sentence. What was it? It's improved. It's a nice update. The handling's improved, but it's still Automobilista 2. It still has that slidiness, even though it's less. That's probably the ultimate one-sentence review that tells you everything you need to know. However, separate to the physics, audio stuff's really nice. General tweaks are quite nice. UI has too much bevel, but it looks nice. It's fine. Yeah, it's still AMS2, so it's still floaty, but less drifty mid-corner. Yeah, that's probably like the shortest summary. The trail braking's better as well, but that just comes out of what you've just said. So this track looks gorgeous. Look at that. You drove real slicks in real tracks that don't have that groove. But what do you know? Well, you're talking bollocks. Yeah, either like ignoring reality. Well, just real slicks on real track. Yeah, hang on. I wonder if there's anybody in chat that owns race cars and does lots of real-world driving that can like explain the whole sort of grip transition into the grip and slip and the nature of how tyres are bitey and how the progression and they don't slide around all over the place. I wonder if we might have some viewers that maybe are pretty good drivers that yeah, no, cars actually just slide around all over the place non-stop like they're on snow. That's it. You can change it through binds, but not through the in-car monitor. Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, here we go. Starting at the back. Oh, it resets the brake bias. I keep forgetting. Every resession, it resets the brake. Oh, it's now too much brake bias. Why would you have a sim? Oh, I'm sorry. Why would you have a sim reset brake bias from session to session? I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just, I guess you save a setup with the brake bias. Maybe it's a default setup thing. Maybe it just reloads the default setup at the start of the race. It's not too much of an issue. It just catches me out because of how forwards the default brake bias is. This track looks amazing, like the hills and stuff in the distance. Doesn't GT have ABS? Or is it, oh my god! It's just it's just lights to let you know that tyres are slipping. I think GT3 does, but GT doesn't. Oh, did not see you. Sorry. No, I don't. GTE doesn't have ABS, I don't think. I think it has TC. Or maybe it has ABS and no TC, I can't remember. Unless they've changed it. Yeah. I could really do with a mirror on the screen. Yeah, no ABS, but it has TC. But you have the lights on the dash, let you know how much it's slipping. Nice one, Gooch. Gucci Gooch. We're still massively drifting through that. It is warming up the rear tyres, but... Yeah, well, we've just explained this like 5 times. You can slide around real tyres and real cars a lot, even slicks. If you want to, you can drive cars like a rally car. But the degree to which you do that, and what's fast and what wears the tyres out, and... But then you still also have a bitiness, an initial bitiness, a pokiness before that as well. So you can have like really controllable slip and you can massively overdrive, but there's also like a good sort of initial bitiness to stuff. Which, in fairness, I think AMS2's got closer to that with the update. Well, I think the difficulty is when you have really complex tyre models, it's very hard to get a very specific desired result out of them, and this tyre model is a complex tyre model. Hang on, most people would say I'm being too negative. Most people would say I'm being too negative. Not that I'm being too positive. Oh, we've missed that again. The vast majority of the degree of anodyne positivity in sim racing means the way I'm talking now comes across as like, oh, it's miserable bastard gamer muscle who's never happy with anything and far too critical, and he can't be critical because he's never driven a real GT3 car, so how can he possibly know? So it's ridiculous what he's saying, so he should be far more positive and anodyne. Yeah, but look, the cars drove like literal hovercrafts before this. And you would just crank the steering and gun the throttle before the apex and it would hook the car up. Whereas now, if you gun the throttle like that, you're getting an all-wheel drive slide. So it doesn't just hook up the fronts into the corner. Now I'm driving like I'm on snow. Or like a very green track. I love the assumptions that people in chat make. If only they knew. Right. Thanks for subscribing. No, the track's fully rubbered in. My biggest bias is towards force feedback and detailed force feedback. Like for me personally, I would happily compromise absolute realism in the tyre model and everything else for being able to feel what the vehicle's doing through the force feedback in more detail. Because for me, that's why I got into sim racing, is because I really like force feedback, and weird like AMS2 actually has quite good force feedback. But yeah, ideally you have both. I'm just saying. So like for me, flight sim with the force feedback. He's off. Flight sim with the force feedback joystick is incredible, even though the physics are clearly not as good as DCS or X-Plane. But it's bloody amazing. It feels so good. Right, let's do another race here. I'm not... the GTEs the GTEs seem slidier in a sense than the bloody GT3 cars. Like, in R-Factor 2, I mean, the Porsche is very... It's grippy, but lift-off oversteery. In most sims, the GTE cars are, like, more hooked up than GT3 cars in terms of, like, downforce and bite and stuff. I do like GTE. I normally prefer over GT3. Yeah, we could do another LMP2 car, LMP2 race. No, but they're not, Floyd Dan. They're not bad compared to other AMS2 cars, but you go and load up a Group C car in AC and it's on another level. Like, it's just like way more precise, still got controllable slip, like the throttle responds better, the grip returning and going is faster. You know, it's like, yeah, they're fun. I think they're good cars in it. Like, there's a nice spec of car, so generally they're just a fun car. But they're still like really slidey. We just drove like we were driving something before. Was it Group C? I don't know. But this is a really fun car to drive. But it's just weird. It's just weirdly slidey, like everything in this. What were we going to do? Oh yeah, the LMP2 Gen 2. We'll drive the American flag, and we'll do it at we'll do another road Atlanta with a full grid. Yeah, I mean, so I have a suspicion. What will happen with this? What will happen is people are excited now. It is better than how it used to be. A load of people really enjoy it. Hopefully LFM keeps people on it a bit more. I think there'll be all the excitement. There'll be the buzz for it for like 2 or 3 weeks. Then Assetto Corsa Evo comes out, or even like the updates to iRacing. But a lot of people that play this just wouldn't play iRacing. I think it's like, well, because where does this go? Like I get it. If you're an AMS2 fan and you really enjoy it, it's fantastic. So I'm really happy that, you know, whatever game you've got that you happen to enjoy, it being updated is great, and it's nice to see. It'll be nice to see more people playing it, but it's a bit like the Race Room problem. Like, I'm a big fan of Race Room, but I just don't play it because it just can't. It doesn't get the player momentum there behind it. And I'd like to see it pick up, and maybe it might do. Who knows? The developers have done such a good job on it. Developers have done a good job on this as well. But it's just the thing with sim racing is there's not a huge number of people, and so they do kind of get funneled into iRacing as the online competition, and then one other sim that's the do-it-all sim, which at the moment is like AC, and then a crashy sim, which is BeamNG, and then Rally. No one cares about Rally, even though Rally's the best thing ever. Yeah, last garage has got some more stuff coming. Hopefully, that'll be good. That drives nice. That drives like AMS1. Yeah, we did a first impressions video on AC Evo. Yeah, Rally is so much better. It is so like sim racers. Honestly, guys, sim racers are morons because it's motorsport. It's not even sim racers. It's car culture is really dumb because it doesn't actually focus on the objective, quantitative good parts of car culture, and so people doing sim racing are not actually interested in actual driving. Because if they were, they would predominantly want to be playing rally games. Because rally, like, objectively, like, there's different forms of driving. You might like different stuff. But in terms of like the skill of balancing and driving a vehicle, and like moving an object through space, rally driving is basically the crux of that. Like, obviously, track racing is about precision and repetition and stuff. So it's different. That's fine. I'm not saying that, you know, you've got different stuff, but the degree to which nobody is ever interested in rally because it's not, and the reason they're not is because it's to do with it not being popularised on TV and stuff. So most people are playing GT3 cars because they know Porsche and Ferraris. It's just marketing, or they're doing the F1 games, and it's marketing because Formula One is objectively bad. Like, the Formula 1 drivers, the current drivers and ex-drivers are all like, yeah, this is terrible. Like, the cars should be shorter, they should be lighter. It's objectively bad racing. It's fine as a circus, but it's the most popular thing because it's got Drive to Survive and you've got the personalities and all the marketing behind it. So, again, it's like motorsport is actually just... It's all... The appeal is all based on a fiction rather than the actual intrinsic qualities of what it is. So, yeah, rally driving, if people... Oh, this looks nice. If people were being objective about actually driving cars, rally would be the thing that everyone would be doing. But they're not. And games aren't being developed either. Richard Burns Rally was the last, maybe Dirt 1, but Richard Burns Rally was the last proper full-on rally title that was actually aimed to be a sim, a full-on sim. Oh, hang on, more of a right turn there. Bloody hell, this looks different. Whoops. Oh dear, this is causing the camera issues. Why is this track like... This track feels really... The corners seem really weird. Compared to iRacing, I think the scale's a bit weird. I know, the tyre scrubbing sound makes it even seem slidier than it is. Hang on, is this track like messed up in this? It feels like it's oddly compacted. I don't know. I would say that I think this LMP2 car is the best handling car of the update. Road Atlanta, Alton Towers mode. T in capital letters a password. I would say as well, right, it does feel like the rotation on the brakes is from the tyres, the rear tyres slipping as opposed to the rear diff behaviour. That's another AMS2 Project Cars 2 thing. I think it's massively improved in this, and I do think you got quite nice gradual trail braking control of the vehicles. But I'm not sure this is what's going on. But the way it feels to me like the rear of the car's rotating because the grip is going rather than the diff. That's just how it feels. That's probably not what's going on, but that's the weird sensation I get. Sim Racer's arms is in here. I feel like it's not hooking up on the downforce either. Could just be that the downforce is too low on this setup. But at high speed on this track with an LMP2 car, when you lift, you get a shitload of braking from the air resistance and there's still tons of downforce, and so the front hooks up really well normally. But I mean, maybe the setup's just a bit understeering. It's possible. Bit of front downforce might help. Yeah, yeah, the thing is, it's still very slidey, isn't it? So Oh, come on! That was a that was a perfectly adequate line through there. I don't know if AC Evo will have voice chat. Like last time I spoke to Kunos, they didn't like the idea of it. It depends. I think because we drove the other car already. Full of bickering. Sim racing arguments are where it's at. That's the joy of sim racing. Pointless sim racing arguments. Oh, you drove into me. No, you drove into me. I was on the outside. Couldn't you see me? Oh, you need to leave space. Oh. I was at the apex. Well, I mean, the speed that you do in this sim is different. It's going to be different from sim to sim. So you'd have to really go, well, how competitive are you in each sim? To be honest, AMS2 just doesn't have the competition that iRacing will have, just because of the just lower user numbers. iRacing is you have to methodically chip away at the acceptable limit. Here we go. The sun's come out. That's nice. Oh, brake boys, brake boys, brake boys. Remember that time as we were going through the corner. The best time to change brake boys. Oh my god, why drive into me? God damn. Let's rejoin the track safely here. Nice maximum strength force feedback, broken wrists. Tyres locked there, couldn't turn. All in one, it's all fine. It's all fine. It's cut. Oh. The locking in this. Let's go. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. Bloody hell. Why is it locking there? It's like such a high-speed corner. The downforce should, like, presumably stop the wheels locking. These LMP2 cars, they're a little bit bland and simple, but I think they're quite fun for racing. over-egged that a bit. I wanted to be in the middle of those cars to see if netcode would mess up. Normally probably wouldn't bother trying to do that. Seemed to work well. Don't know where he's going. Saw that coming. The amount of people that crash like that, we've done a lot of iRacing races around here. That happens all the time. Not the line! And he's out of here! This locking up behaviour is insane. It's like, yeah, it's fine and then it's not, and it's like I need my brake bias further forwards, but then it doesn't turn in. It feels really arbitrary when it locks up. Fortunately, the downforce on this car means it comes back as soon as you lift, and it doesn't completely auto bin you, but. It's like magical random lockup when you're trying to really brake at the limit. I mean, we do have the brake bars quite far back, but it's supposed to be like it's like a helicopter, but it's on the ground. We'll do a video. Someone's got a boilerplate. It's still AMS2. It's improved. It's still overly slidey. It's not a bad update. Oh, nice overtake. Well, good overtake. Didn't even see him coming. Well, nice. That was awesome. Didn't even hear him. Too bad we were in front of him here, though. Unlucky. It was a nice move by him. Well done, Matt at Sim Races Arms, Jaden, myself, Robert Rip Albert, Dirge, top 5 there, good driving. Oh, we're going backwards. Can you join mid-race? I think so. It's a server setting. Crowd are clapping. Right, what is there any other new cars we can try out? Are there any other new cars? Are these new for 1.6 stuff? Or not? Alpine A424, what's that? What class of car is it? GT4? Oops. No. Yeah, but what is the Alpine? What class of car? Ah, like a hypercar. Hypercar. No, hang on. No. That's not right. Ah, I see. Right. We'll go for the Alpine. I need a flat track. This game's giving me a headache. We're going to need to bind a ERS or something for this. Or KERS or something. I need more tea. I might do some flying in a bit, guys. Bloody 11:30. I feel like I'm already AMS AMS 2'd out. I feel AMS 2'd. You know, we should do the obligatory AC test. we should do the obligatory quick AC comparison. Yeah, do we need to bind a ERS with this? No, but okay, that's fine. Very good. Yeah, we'll do this race and then we'll do AC. What car can we drive in AC? Is there an LMP2 car in AC? There will be, won't there? Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Again, why is the default brake bar so far forwards? I'm sorry. Have I flat... I think I've flat spotted the tyres. Can you imagine driving one of these in real life? They're like, I know the tyres are cold. At least it's balanced. Like, I think they've got the balance stuff. So a big issue you had before with this was the throttle would cause the car to rotate on the centre insanely. So it's balanced, but it's like, it's just like the tyres have no bite. So it's like, I feel like they've managed to get the balance there. But look at, like, I know, like, here we go, tyres are warming up, but still. Like, these things would be like pointy as. No way do these things slide around like this. The downforce on these cars is ridiculous. There's a really good LMU comparison with the real car, and you can see that how the real car drives. And LMU, actually, the behaviour seems right, but the force me back shit. Of course, we're not making that. Yeah, Streamlabs is a bit sensitive. Well, I'm not. My goal is to not make the list of any good YouTuber. My goal is to just be honest and consistently honest, which is, I think, easier for. You know, if someone's consistently critical, I think it's easier for people to gauge what they're saying. If someone's consistently anodyne and overly positive, you can't even tell what they're saying. It's just, yeah, but it's good vibes, so that's all that matters for entertainment. Bloody hell! Like. I mean, these would be crazy to drive in real life. I think the chances of us driving something like this in real life are effectively zero. Bloody hell. It is nice and easy to drive though. Like, it's, I think this is the thing, which is good. Like, I think it should be easy to drive, but I think that's a lot of, that's not the be all and end all. It's good. Ow. But saw that coming. There's a weird low speed behaviour that you get with this, where it just gets a bit wonky with all the cars. It wasn't like from too much throttle or just weird. I had to put my finger on it. Hello, Stubby. How's it going, man? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I can see how a lot of people can have a lot of fun racing in this. That's all that really matters, isn't it? I'm alright, yeah, we're having fun trying new stuff out. Well, I would say if as generally speaking, when it comes to tyre physics and stuff, I think outside of tyres breaking and damage and stuff, realistic, well, maybe outside of flat spots, but basic behaviour of tyres is actually really quite, like real tyres is quite fun, which is why a lot of people spend a lot of money driving. So it actually lines up. But yeah, I think car setups, damage, tyre wear, flat spotting, all that kind of stuff is really shit in real life. You know, lack of track time. Oh, there's loads of stuff that'd be really crap. Cost. All the like garage time. I mean, like some people like that garage time, which I guess you would have to if you do real motorsport, unless you're like a really rich person paying for a seat and stuff. But if you, a lot of the grassroots motorsport, I think the drivers enjoy the garage time as much as they do the driving, or it's a different thing they enjoy. Do I have a deploy mode for the battery, or is it just doing it automatically? Don't these cars have like a hot lap mode and like a race mode, a hot lap mode, and what have you? I mean, if you had this handling wrapped up in a really nice, like this drives way better than the Formula 1 games. So if you had this handling wrapped up in a career mode, like a proper single player game, that'd be fantastic. But it's true, yeah, I mean, to be fair, most of the enjoyment of sim racing is installing hardware. That is most of the fun, let's be honest. Like, menus are what I live for. Menu life, guys. What's on the menu? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, IMSA's awesome. I really need to catch up on it. I see clips, as I say, of IMSA. And I really like... American tracks are fantastic. Road America, Road Atlanta, VIR, Laguna Seca. So many good American tracks. Which is weird. Corey, you can't say that! Don't say that! You'll upset people. We've had this in chat. If you say the word floaty, you get a lecture on how floaty real cars are. You'll get straw-manned into people saying that you're claiming that cars have mega grip. How's it going, Corey, as well? Guys, check out Corey's channel. Corey in the bathtub, take off your clothes. That's his intro. That should be your follower alert. Corey in your bathtub, take off your clothes. Corey in your bathtub, rub it in your nose. I don't even have a bathtub, so I'd be really surprised if Corey was in my bathtub. I just open the bathroom door. Open the bathroom door, there's a bath with Corey in it, like an inflatable bath, naked. I'm like, oh, well, I wasn't expecting this. I'd be like, ah. Oh, hello. Oh, that should be hilarious. Hello, Sampy. By the way, to be clear, guys, the reason why I mentioned Corey in the bathtub is because whenever I've tuned into his live stream, he's in VR chat in bathtubs. So, just to be clear, I'm not forcing this on him. This is just an observation. This is just an observation from my experience. Let's all get in the bathtub. Well, here we go. Here comes the race. Continue. We haven't had any weird race start crashes, which is nice. What? What is the braking in this game? Like, why was it fine? Tyres have got... We got tyre warmers. It's like the brakes just decided not to work. I can't think of another... Is my brake pedal broken or something? What on earth? Was it the battery? No, because it's done this with the other cars. That was just super random. It's the battery. It's too heavy. Oh no, maybe. It's bloody. When you move the brake bars, it doesn't move properly, and it goes up and down randomly until you keep scrolling it. Oh dear, I don't know. Alright, let's just go. It's fine. No, the first corner was fine, and then I don't know what happened. It's just weird. I don't know what happened there. It's just super weird. I think the rear's locked up because of the brake bias. The thing is, you really have to brake to get the car to turn in rather than using the diff behaviour. And so I'm braking too hard, which is then causing the race to lock up, which is then spinning me. No, nobody is snobby over AC. Most people are driving around bloody... Oh, put your brakes on, are you? If you spin, put your brakes on. Otherwise people can't avoid you. Yeah, I know, but we'd already done one corner. Even cold brakes cars still be driving like cars. Jesus Christ. There's a difference between optimal braking and car, like unoptimal, and car just driving in a straight line. It's alright, don't worry about it. My only real worry with Evo at the moment is when I played it at Sim Racing Expo, it had like a bit of input delay, and also there was a lot of like built-in damper in the force feedback. So it didn't feel like it had the crispness of force feedback. It's like not as bad as ACC, but then we weren't really driving GT3 cars in it, and GT3 cars tend to be pretty dull in every sim, so. But you know, I think with the sim, all you need is one car that's fun to drive and you're good. Well, I had a good talk with the AC Evo with Kunos, one of the some of the developers that are doing cars and stuff, and I was like, well, why can't you make it so that some force feedback files are open to players, so like players can adjust things, or why not have, maybe not in the game directly, but just have text files available that players can edit for more finer control stuff, like Project Cars 2 and AMS2 has for force feedback, and they just don't really want to do that. They want to be fully in control of the whole experience, because they're worried that players will do rando changes that will ruin it or make it worse or just confuse people. Which is, I get, in a sense, I understand that philosophy is quite a good philosophy, especially from a development perspective of making sure it's consistent and everything. However, people have massively different equipment, and developers often make completely stupid choices that are based off some rando developer's preconceptions, just completely arbitrary. So yeah, if a developer nails it, fine, but yeah, sure you do end up with a lot of bollocks for having open profiles, but I mean, I personally think we should be at a point now where force feedback wheels all have telemetry-based force feedback as an option, so that, like the AccuForce wheel, if you want to, you can generate wheel forces from the car's rotation, like IRFFB, or you could generate wheel forces from slip or whatever. That should be available. Like, it should. That's just how force feedback should work. That's how it works with flight sim joysticks. You can have direct input force feedback, which is what the developer designs. Great. And then you should be able to, if you want to, it's unofficial, it's not part of the game, but if you want to, you should be allowed to do whatever you want with it, with the force feedback, as a, with your equipment that you paid money for. And telemetry should allow you to do that. I mean, it does with the AccuForce wheel, does it? So we even have a wheel on the market that does that. So but the problem is, most people don't know about different force feedback stuff. You have some quite big YouTubers giving like really bad information on it that they just don't understand it. They're just saying generic stuff. You have developers that just are doing their thing and they're under tight budgets and time frames, and then the hardware manufacturers find it's hard enough for them to get their firmware and software and everything else operational. It's hardware manufacturers are not normally the best at software, and so telemetry based software is a lot more complex to execute on. So given that there's no real consumer demand from it, because most people don't talk about it and don't have a clue about force feedback, developers don't push for it because they're too busy, and the hardware manufacturers just would rather people not know because they'd rather not have to do that extra work because it just costs money to do. It's unlikely to happen. So it's just unfortunate that, And the only reason the AccuForce wheel does it is because Sim Experience is designed for their motion rigs as much as it is alright, no, it's Edward Dog. Yeah, the Sim Experience do motion rigs, and so that software is used for that, which you need, and most motion uses telemetry to drive the motion, so the wheel just latches onto the same stuff. So that's the only reason why. You could maybe something like SimHub could inject the force feedback. Well, I mean, I to be honest, I think the Kunos ACC thing is actually fine. A safe and an aggressive setup is fine, because ultimately a good setup will probably be slightly oversteery but not ridiculous, and that's fine. And that'll be and then the competitiveness will just come from the aero, the gearing being correct, the aero being correct. And like there might be some, like, depending on the sim, like some arbitrary caster spring rate stuff and ride height stuff. So which a developer should know to have a setup that's basically within a second of pace should be totally possible for a developer to offer, and that setup would be totally drivable for someone that's got basic driving skills. How does telemetry force feedback work? The game outputs telemetry, and then the software for the wheel takes that telemetry, and then it alters the force on the wheel by varying amounts. Like maybe makes the force weaker, or puts a force left and right, or or blends it in with other force feedback. No, I don't think only AccuForce wheels have it, as far as I'm aware. I mean, you then have stuff like True Force and Full Force, but they're just like shitty vibrations, which they are taking telemetry from the game, additional signal, but it's just for stuff like slip effect or rumble. It's not a like a G load or rotation. It's basically pointless. Right. I don't know what we should drive, guys. Okay, well, I'll have to have a look at that. But to what degree can you adjust it? I've not seen it, so. Well, the AccuForce wheel is not necessarily that good on the grand scheme of things. I need to look at that. It'll be interesting it'll be interesting for me to draw attention to. If you have a wheel manufacturer doing it, I can like guilt trip. I could guilt trip Moser, Simagic, Fanatec, Simucube. Like we can highlight it and go, AccuForce done this, but look, V&M, look, they've actually really done this, which will then force all the other manufacturers to be like, oh shit, we can't not have that. So that's really good. I'll have a look. It could just be, the problem is it might not actually, it might just be for Rumble and stuff. So it depends how it's actually executed. Because I say the important thing is how it affects continued forces like loads, not vibrations. But the other nice thing with the telemetry-based force feedback, I mean, ultimately it's still hostage to the game's physics, so it's not the be-all and end-all. But a nice thing with telemetry-based force feedback is if you have a sim where you really hate the force feedback, so like I don't really enjoy ACC's force feedback. It has physics issues as well, which is what I don't enjoy, but you can use like an AccuForce wheel to add in forces that make up for the forces that are missing from that sim. So it's quite a big feature if you have a sim that you maybe quite enjoy but don't like how it feels. What else? Let's do another GT3 car. Let's try the Porsche. I mean the Lamborghini, and we'll do a Dono. Ian, now I think the developers would still need to do force feedback because, well, first of all, the developer would still need to different developers output different telemetry channels and telemetry information. That's one problem. So they would still need to output that. Secondly, a lot of developers have like a delay on the telemetry to stop people from cheating. So, for example, let's say as an example, if you had telemetry for the slip of the tire, which would be very useful for force feedback, if that's directly in tune with the sim, well, you can easily code a program that just makes you can push a button on your wheel and that pushes the brake as hard as possible before X amount of wheel slip. So basically you could, every corner you could just go, oh, that beep, oh, perfect braking. perfect fresh, like, so iRacing has a delay on it. At the moment, hardware manufacturers are trying to get iRacing to do maybe like a potentially encrypted telemetry channel that can then be used by specific hardware. So that's a possibility. But yeah, so it's not necessarily straightforward. And again, there's only like 4 people play driving sims. Okay, servers going up here. It's telemetry standardized, but not for like so where the car is on the track. Wheel slip, I think, is one. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't think it's entirely standardized. And then the delay isn't necessarily like there is a delay with some sims and not others. And a lot of what's happened, I think, is because a lot of sims are based on original R-Factor 1 code, and so that telemetry that output has kind of become like, oh, that's the default sort of ballpark, or like some of the older sims, and then also what motion rigs happen to have latched onto. Right, let's try this. Hot fix. But they're not going to keep getting the feedback that it's too slidey. They obviously know that it's too slidey, but they're trying their best within the tire model parameters. So this is their best after like months of work. So the problem is, it's not just a case of, oh, the tyres are too slidey, so change this number. It's really complicated. It's like there'll be a whole bunch of things that produce another result, and so there's not just an aspect of slidiness which can be down to the grip. It can be like how balanced the car is the slide, how much the car tends to rotate on the centre, the speed at which the grip returns, and does it then. So if you just upped the grip, you can end up with a situation where you at low speed you turn too much, the car just flips over. So there's so many issues and complexity to it. But this is one of the problems with complex tyre models, is you can't just change a number and then drive it straight away. There's like all this shit that's happening. Whereas this is one of the advantages of like Automobilista 1, R-Factor 1, is that you can literally change a few numbers and then test it, or you can go, oh, okay, and then tweak another thing, and you get more understandably consistent results than when you've got all these tyres with like flex and thermals and God knows what happening. Yeah, there's a whole other there's a load of other factors as well, like the suspension, the diff behaviour, the drivetrain. So, exactly. So, and then you could maybe fix one thing and then it breaks something else so fundamentally that the car's completely undrivable. That's why sim development's terrible. It's really bad. I'd rather not do it. It's why I'd rather be a YouTuber talking bollocks. Oh, look at this. Yeah, that's it. It's the same thing. It's all models, isn't it? It's a known thing with models. Basically, the more simple a model is, the easier it is to get a specific result or test a specific thing. However, you can get to a point where a model is so simplistic that it's the more simple it is, in a sense, the more abstract it can become, and therefore the result that you get doesn't exhibit the more nuanced properties that are actually the essence of what you're trying to simulate. So you could still get value from a model that's like that. Like I don't know, like there's models for like how water flows, and you can create really simple. You can use that to like explain. Oh, you could use water to explain how electricity operates, but obviously water fundamentally doesn't behave how electric behaves. But you can actually visually demonstrate some really interesting properties of current and voltage and how all these things operate. But it's so abstract, it's gonna miss like a whole bunch of things. So, but that might be fine. as I say, it depends what your end goal is with a model. Well, AC1 curbs is just, I think, down to contact patch being a single point, and so it's the car's instantaneously being lifted off the ground, or it's a sudden massive shock to the processing of that tyre. So whereas if you've got multiple contact patches, it can average between them. So I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, we definitely need to do the balloon race. How good was that? See, I think these GT3 cars are fun to drive, to be honest. They're slidey, but I think they're fun. They're not annoyingly slidey. Yeah, well, so you notice the problem with so like AMS 1, for example, there's situations where you get into slides in it that are just feel really canned and really lacking nuance, and it's just very, it's like overly consistent to drive. So it can feel a bit stale. However, if you use like laser scan tracks and really nice detailed tracks, it can make things feel way more dynamic with those more simple models. So yeah, I definitely think. I mean, I think it's the TCs sort of. I don't know. So the GT3 cars are less sort of drifty. They're still quite drifty, but. And they're not pokey, but more fun to drive. Which is probably good for a lot of people. Most people probably want to drive GT3, so. Another GT3 sim. Yeah, but the thing is, there's not many GT3 cars out there, you have to remember. Oh. No, MMB, don't say that. They'll come after you. Have you driven a real car on slicks? How can you say that, you idiot? Don't say that. I've been told off. I've been told. Bloody hell, will you learn? Jesus. I think the update has made that less prominent, BRT. Like there is more, you're emphasised more, there's more emphasis on pedal control now, rather than just steering control. Kanoonan, thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Well, yeah, but it depends what AC Evo's like, isn't it? Get ready for Evo to have like chronic stutter and no force feedback detail and God knows what. Entire focus on road cars. Is Donington in ACC? Ah, illegal. Right, I'll let everyone go in front of us, or should we? We could do some close driving. Race should be in the night, hopefully. Woo! Oh dear. I need another cup of tea, guys. We've been live streaming too much recently. Here we go. Oh, we're waiting. Oh, no. Oh, it's, okay. Here we go. Ah, the cold. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The cold tyres are so slidey in this. I really like having bollards on the inside of the corners. Yeah, I prefer how this drives to Forza and Gran Turismo. And the Force feedback is better than ACC. But the actual handling of the cars is worse than R Factor 2. And I'd say generally worse than ACC. And generally worse than AMS1. And obviously nowhere near as good as original AC. What a load of bollards! I mean, the thing with Gran Turismo, it's like the force feedback's clipping even when it's not. But you have to think as well, if you're playing on a gamepad, anything that's like Forza Gran Turismo or this or whatever, they're all in that ballpark of being totally fine. Like, it doesn't make any difference. And then if your goal is to just have a really immersive driving experience, none of that doesn't really matter. Like, it's only if you've got like a 8 plus Newton meter DD wheel and load cell pedals and you do a lot of sim racing that you really, that you'd be like, oh, we keep doing that. That's a weird thing. Where we come out of a corner and then we brake or trail brake or lift or downshift or whatever, and then we just lose the rear. Nice tyre chirping sound for the slide. We'll jump into AC as a comparison. Let's go back. I'll let this race finish for these guys. Well, yeah, but then if it does, Skywork, I don't know what's wrong with you. If Evo is worse than real cars, or is overly ridiculously slidey, then yeah, you'd be like, yeah. I mean, I have driven Evo, and it did feel like overly forgiving in some, like not as snappy or responsive in some ways as you'd like it. So it's not like we haven't already driven it. But that was just how it is. But that's not an argument for... Because this is what you do. It's like such a stupid way of arguing. You know, categorically, that new rally games have come out. That doesn't mean that they're automatically better. Like, EA WRC isn't better than Dirt 1 or RBR necessarily. So your argument is basically, the new AC, like we know that ACC was shit as well compared to AC in many ways. So it's not a new idea that a new thing could be worse than a previous thing that pre-existed that's less complex. But then your argument is going, oh, if Kunos are doing a new thing and they've made it slidey, then that means that you're wrong about your view on things being overly slidey. But then all you've done is you've also missed out the entire context of nobody is saying that real cars shouldn't be controllable in slip. Everybody knows that has been in a real car that real cars are controllable in slip when you overdrive them and that you want to be in like 5 or 6 degrees of slip angle. Everybody knows that. The point is that you have like it's actually responsive and it's not about it just being slidey. Oh dear. So Skywalk he makes the worst arguments. Like he's always like it's some like logically flawed point, some presumptive argument, a straw man, and then what he does is you explain exactly where his reasoning is incorrect on something, and he will just repeat the same thing over and over and over again without acknowledging where you've explained where he's misunderstood what's being said. It's insane. Right, we're gonna try AC. Good racing, guys. Well done, Matt, Nismo, Roller. We're gonna do a quick comparison with AC. Like, also, like you also, but it's irrelevant.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
it's
the normal.
utterly irrelevant, Skywell. Developers will obviously they will want to make their cars as realistic as possible. Many developers have made their tyre models more complex to try and capture some of the more complex aspects of tyres that the more simplistic models like AMS1 and AC1 don't capture. So they've got more complex tyres, more contact patches, tyre flex, tyre heating, God knows what, tyre carcass, whatever. That's fine, but with that complexity, it's harder to get a desired result out of it. The developers will want something that's drivable and controllable in slip. However, that might be at the compromise to the basic responsiveness and snappiness. So they're going to try and do the best that they can, but that's not an argument that they've actually succeeded in doing something better. So it's just a stupid line of reasoning. The reason why the developers are doing it is because they're trying to make more realistic tyre models, and they're going to try and do the best they can. It's not an argument. It's just that's just what they're doing. I don't know what's wrong with Sky, like, because we've had he knows these arguments. He knows. But what's funny is he's argued with people in chat that are like very fast real-world race drivers, and he hasn't realised it. He doesn't know, and so it's really funny when he's like, "Oh, the car dies." Like, well, it's funny that the people you're arguing with are actually very fast real-world drivers. He doesn't know. So, this is the thing, right? AC test here. AC test. Here we go. GT3. What were we just driving there? Donington. Brand GT3. It's like watching Sky F1 commentary. Yeah, I think the problem is, I mean, AC1 has very obvious physics issues that we're all aware of. The difficulty is that no one's managed to massage a complex tyre model to fundamentally behave better than AMS1 or AC in the basic, perfect, optimal conditions. And it's what you'd expect. Is the more advanced you make your tyre model, the harder it is to get that optimal, dry, warm tyre, perfect, grooved in, gripped in track, not green track, perfect. The more variables you have, the harder it will be to nail those perfect conditions and that basic behaviour in perfect conditions. And that's what you see with the more complex tyre models, is that the developers can get them to work really quite well in many ways. They work great, like Seta tyre model works great in like rain, off-road. It's not bad. It's way better than BeamNG's tyre model and some other models, right? And Reeves have done a very good job. So for given the complexity, they've done a great job with it. But it fundamentally is not as good as AMS1 or AC in the optimal dry conditions, which is where you're mostly doing your race driving. So yeah, everything about everything's opinionated, but some opinions are like everyone has an arse, but some arses produce more shit than others. So, oh dear. Depends how much curry someone's had. Right, Donington. Some arses produce diarrhea, and some produce a well-processed fecal a stool sample. The thing is, what's a shame is that we have like the. I mean, Last Garage is kind of going along this line. Last Garage is just using a more traditional like Pajenka-based physics like tire model, right? But we haven't had even like AC or AMS1. The actual game around those is not maximized. So like Race Room's pretty good, but we haven't had a game that just does dry driving along with great netcode, good online system, solid single player. So developers have done all this like mentally complex stuff with tires and weather and day night and all these different vehicles and all this stuff. Yeah, it's like, hang on a minute, AMS1 AC is actually fine. Just do them. Just have that, but with like iRacing ranking and decent AI and maybe different car unlocks or some actual solid single player. Most players would rather have that. But what happens is the type of people that make driving sims are like physics experimentalists, and they get their rocks off doing rando physics stuff, which is often detrimental to the actual gameplay. But you know, for them, they don't care. That their enjoyment of game development is trying random physics shit, and then a game is built around that because they need to monetize it. Well, so you did downloaded Race Room and enjoyed it. Did a race in AMS2 straight at. What do you think? I've not played Race Room. You need to give it another go. Right, what's the Lambo GT3 car? It's a bit dated in this, but I made some real Lamborghinis there. There we go. It's the thing that I think is frustrating with simulators is that we're just like, do you remember like GTR Evolution and even like GTR 2 and stuff? Those games were just much better games, not necessarily in terms of graphics and things, but in terms of, I bought a game, it's got GT cars in it, and I can race the AI. The AI is actually pretty good in those games. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Right, here we go. So we got this, AI, blah, blah, blah. Skywilk, you know you're being utterly disingenuous. Yes, you can use any driving game to practice, but like hardly any modern drivers boot up Grand Prix 2 to legitimately practice. A lot of drivers will jump into AC. A large part of that is because you can definitely find your car. You can quite easily tweak it or find modders to tweak it to line it up with your car. That's a huge thing. And then you can find most tracks, which is obviously the biggest thing, because that's the biggest value of a driving sim. It's not even physics. It's just being able to learn the layout of a track. It will save you like an hour of testing at least. If you can just blast you can internalize all the corners and break points within like 5 meters or something. I mean, it's obviously like a big thing. Like even if you did go-karting, just those being able to get rid of those first 5 sighting laps in terms of a race car, that's a lot of track time already, or a lot of it, because that's a. So when you go out in a real car, the first lap is the tyres warming up, so you're not going to know generally anyway. And also getting the car warm and what have you, and familiar with everything, and also the track. Second lap will be getting more familiar with the specific state that track happens to be in, and the tyre's still not fully warm yet and everything else. And you've still not learnt the track yet, so then it takes 3 laps for you to then start actually learning the track. So if you've already go to the track, it probably saves you 10 laps. If you've never been to a track before, go-kart, real life track, and you've memorised it absolutely in a sim, you're probably saving yourself 10 laps, which is a few £100 instantaneously. Maybe £1,000, depends on the car. Right, here we go. I think, actually, this looks nice. This actually looks better than AMS2. Sounds worse. I'm surprised by that. This looks better than AMS2. Yeah, so the envelope of the vehicle is tighter. The rotation is tighter. We're not drifting all over the track. It's just tighter. The little corrections you do are tighter. The AI drives into a punch. AMS2 AI is better to race against. AMS2 AI is better than AC AI. Give you that. Try that again. AMS2 AI, when it hits you, doesn't fly you off the track, so the AI's awful. We're being honest here. We're being honest. What are you doing? What is that? What? AI's like iRacing. What was that? Oh Jesus, the AI is terrible in AC. Bloody hell. But yeah, the slick behaviour here is way closer to what a slick tyre's like. It's like pokey. It's like oh, grip, no grip, but there's still a bit of smoothness there. You can hold a bit of a slide. The grip comes and goes quite quickly. It doesn't just. It's not like snow. Well, no, but what I'm saying is just the truth. Like, you don't have to be a tyre engineer. It's just a fact. Like, it's just the truth. So, either you're trolling. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think AC can have that sort of somewhat canned angle. Like, as you see how we went through that at T1, there was a little bit of like sort of almost canned angle to that, which you can get into with AC, which I don't think is realistic. And that is a problem I think you get with the more simplistic tyre models, is that the trajectory is less varied. It's more apparent on the smoother tracks. Hello. He's going very slow through there. Hello. I think it's more fun from a gameplay perspective when you have tighter. I mean, there'll be a balance to it, but like a sort of snappier, tighter steering response with a bit of cushion, I think is more fun from a game, like generally from a gameplay perspective. But there's obviously a balance to that, like you see with arcade games, where it's like just absolutely on rails, so that you know. Outside of what's real or not, realistic or not, like I don't know, we like you know, with the Burnout games, I always found the old Burnout 1 and 2, which have really super snappy, mega responsive, like you know, twitchy input. I find them way more engaging to drive than the newer Burnout games where the cars are sort of more realistic in a sense, like they have more weight to them and they don't just turn. Or even like, I mean, I really enjoy Split Second as well, but I think there's something to be said for like snappiness of input with things that's quite engaging. But I mean, it depends. Like it's like the whole platform game thing. It's like the difference between Super Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog. I would say you get better character control with something like Super Mario, where Sonic just ends up feeling sluggish, but then you could then go, well, Super Meat Boy, that's like super precise and that can be really hard. It depends on your skill level and what you're used to. So like I always felt like the new Rayman, the 2012 Rayman games were really good. A really good balance of like really precise platforming, a bit of momentum, bit of mass. This just requires you to be more on your toes than AMS2. Like, this is the car and AC in general, the physics in general, is more responsive to braking and accelerator, and the rotation happens quicker, so you have to respond quicker, and so you also have to be more careful of when you get it into that sort of slidey situation. Whereas in AMS2, it's like really drawn out and slow motion. So, you know, you don't... Generally speaking, AMS2 is just requires you to have a lot less reactive. Like iRacing as well is... Well, in some ways, actually, even iRacing is more sloppy than AC. Once you start getting onto the limit. Yeah, and it still has that thing where it's super forgiving, in some corners the back just goes. Yeah, R Factor's not too bad. Like, I think AMS 1's a better example than R Factor because it's like a super polished version of R Factor. Yeah, it's just AC's just way tighter, and that's the thing that, and it's you have to be like way more nimble on the steering. You're not sliding around the corners as much, and this is just a bog standard GT3 car in AC. Yeah, I don't think any of them, like the AI in AMS2 is better than AC by a long way, but it's still a bit rubbish. Yeah, I think the general tire model in R Factor 2 is pretty good, but then it does have that overly drifty corner behaviour, doesn't it? We don't really. No, you used to have to be very active with inputs in AMS2, but. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. What else? So it's just AMS2 is a nice package. Still like very slidey. It's, you know, it is what it is. I think people will like. Some people will enjoy it. They'll enjoy the content. MS2, it's exactly the same as what we've always said. Does it fundamentally drive better than AC? No. So, can you have fun with it? Yeah. You can have good racing. Yeah, no, but the word Skywork, I'm just banning you. You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot. You repeating the same boring conversation, you literally ignore timeout. Ignore what everyone says, and then repeat the misinterpretation, straw man view of what's being said over and over again. It's insane. It's insane. Like. Yeah, like, and then you take the wrong example. Like, also, bloody R Factor 2. The developers literally have changed the tire model to try and remove the behaviour of it effectively being overly drifty through corners. And yeah, a real car can actually be quite slidey. And yeah, R Factor 2 isn't necessarily completely wrong in how slidey it is. But the term slidey in and of itself is useless, and the reason why you say slidey like that is because you want to just have a discussion with adding no detail, and then whatever someone says you will then argue the other interpretation of what they're saying. It's such a stupid way of trying to have a conversation. Yeah, well, he's part trolling, but it's also just stupendous. There's trolling, but at least be creative. Oh, bloody... I'm going to have to type him out on Twitch as well. Jesus Christ. Right, where is he? Novotny timed him out. Beautiful. Hello, Lino. Yeah, I know. I was just saying TikTok, they should make the tyre scrub lower frequency sound, and that'll make it feel more grippy audibly. The high frequency skid sound, I think people subconsciously associate with sliding. It's like the onboard camera filtering as well. It makes people feel like it's too bouncy when it isn't. So there's a whole bunch of subjective things that can really help, and like rumbling force feedback. There are things that can help things feel less slidey, and then playing in VR just makes things feel less slidey as well. I need to get that new Richard Burns version. The new Burns. Try a Porsche in AC. Okay, yeah, let's do Road Atlanta as well. Well, the people that do, it's not RSRBR, is it? It's another one. They did an update to it. You know, the whole story behind Richard Burns Rally is insane. Like, it's actually mental. The story is, someone got the license to do a rally game with Richard Burns Rally's name or whatever, Warthog or what have you. And then it just happened that the developers that were there were like, they were just told, like, nobody in management really knew. They were like, we want you to make a rally game, and they were expecting them to make like a sort of Colin McRae type, simple rally game or whatever. But they didn't know what they were managing. So the people with the money were just like, make a rally game, whatever. Here's, just design it, whatever. And the random physics guy and the team were just like, do you know what, guys? It's more work for us, but let's just try and make the absolute most insane rally simulator ever made. There's no need. We're not going to get paid more for doing that. Let's just try and make the most realistic thing possible. And then they put mental amounts of work. It's like, it's so mental. It's actually insane. Like, the chance, like, you just wouldn't have that now. Things have been micromanaged to death. And also, right, imagine how much money Richard Burns Rally could have made if they'd kept it, like, if they'd kept their hold of the rights and stuff, and if they'd actually opened it to modding properly, officially, and had a way for people to actually legally buy it. Like, you can't even buy it now. Like, Warthog went into administration, and then another company bought it as one of those, those bundle game bargain bin bundle things, like top 5 games of the year thing. Someone bought it as part of that in terms of the distribution rights, and then they went out of business. So, like, nobody owns the intellectual property right. Like, it's completely like abandoned where it's just legally it's just confused. So, but imagine if it was an independent business owner that had, and the rights format of whoever owned the rights to the things was like organised and you're not set to subsidiaries and everything, and it was open to modding, they would have made like millions. Like, most people would have happily bought, like, Richard Burns Rally on Steam, it's £5. Over 20 years, a shitload of people would have bought it. Like with AC sales are insane, and it's just people going, I'd like to drive a car down a motorway. Right. AC might have sold 14 million units in 2024. Oh no, that's that's air conditioning units, guys. My mistake. I was gonna say, Jesus Christ, those numbers are big. Wrong AC. I was gonna say, bloody hell, it's even more popular than I thought. Surprisingly low number of air conditioning units. Stupid. Yeah, I realise now. Right, we should do a video and just link that and act as if it's the truth. Right. Assetto Corsa. Here we go. Approved fiscal year. This is from Traction, and they're normally pretty good with reporting. Digital Bros board of directors has unveiled that Assetto Corsa has generated 21 million in revenues. Over the last 12 months. Like, that's insane. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's just mental for a game that's 10 years old. And that's not including all the original sales. Oh, here we go. Assetto Corsa has now sold over 28 million units globally. It's made 104 million euros in revenue, they reckon. 104 million in revenue from a bloody niche driving simulator. There's not even a console game. It's not even a console. Yeah, so this is the thing. If Richard Burns Rally was on Steam and it was just like £5 or it went on sale every year, people would just pick up because there's no other rally game. They already do download it every other year. So it's a similar... I mean, it wouldn't be the same, but, you know, it's just funny how money is. What are we doing? What were we going to do? Oh, Road Atlanta in something. Yeah, the air conditioning numbers are small compared to that. What car? What we got an LMP2 or something? What else were we driving in bloody AMS2 that was new? Oh, hang on, the out like there must be like a there's a the Audi Quattro. Is that close-ish to what we were driving in? No, this is like a rally car. What's the closest shitty all-wheel drive car in AC? Oh yeah, we were going to try a Porsche in this. Good point. It's a GT3 Porsche. I've just gone through it and missed it. What? The Porsche Cup car? The old Porsche Cup? GT3 Cup? Oh, it's this one, GT3R. It's the closest thing they've got. Yeah, I know, but I'm dumb, so... I like Porsches in most sims, to be honest. Oh, AI is so bad in this game. I think this looks better than AMS2. Oh, the AI is so bad. ACAI is just in psychopaths. Like, they just drive into you. Oh, they've done it. The sparks are nice. A little bit over the top, but oh my god. Probably not. Probably not. Race Room's worth getting. So Race Room is like the latest version of that sort of spiritual continuation of Simbin stuff. So I'd just play Race Room. Unless you're like a collector of Sim stuff. So I might pick it up actually, because I don't know if I've got it on Steam. I probably, unless GTR Evolution and Race 07 came out on Steam, in which case I do have it, but I bought those boxed, I think. In fact, actually, GTR Evolution, I think, was one of the first games I ever bought where it came out, it came in a box CD, but it didn't have a CD, and it was just a code. I do like particle effect. I think it's like in any game, the particles gives a really good feeling for like atmosphere and like air density and physics. Even when it's animated, I think they are physics-based particles, but they look really good in every game that has them. Yeah, I'm going to load up AMS2 after this, and we'll do the same time of day. Yeah. That was a big jump with driving sims when they went from like non-laser scan tracks to laser scan tracks. Was a huge, absolute huge change. Because it really affects handling, force feedback, just the corner angles and everything. But we can all agree that Toka 2 has the best Donington. It has the Dunlop Bridge in it still. When did they get rid of the Dunlop Bridge? Was gone by like 2004. They got rid of the Dunlop Bridge, and then they had that whole, bloody hell, they had that whole the whole bloody thing with Formula 1 going to... Thank God that Formula 1 did not go to Donington and they went to Silverstone instead, because it would have ruined Donington. They were going to completely Zandvoort it. They were going to like totally get rid of the chicane, widen the track. They would have absolutely have messed it up. Nice one, CKO. I used to live in the Midlands, so I've been to some like motorbike races and BTCC years ago. When I was a kid, I used to help the police give out leaflets at Donington, and I've done a few like passenger rides around it in various cars. It's cool that East Midlands. What's stupid with Donington, right? You know, for track days, they have really stringent rules due to like noise, right? It's so dumb because every like 3 minutes there's a 747 going right over the front. It's like, hang on, and even if you live miles from Donington, I don't know what the like button's bound to. Even if you live miles from Donington, I think the lights are on, they're just dull. If you live miles from Donington, you can still hear the planes. It's so dumb. It's like if you... And then you have the Download Festival, which you can hear from like 15 miles away with your windows shaking. So stupid. It's like if you buy a house within 100 miles of a historical race, like Donington's existed since the 1800s in some capacity. Like it was a weird dirt bike track. Then you know, you can't like be like, oh no, the noise. Like, hang on. I bought a house that backs onto Brands Hatch. I'm well annoyed with how noisy it is on Sundays. Oh. It's getting dark quick. Time acceleration on here. What's the headlight button? The default binding. I don't know what it is. Oh, maybe I turned it off in shader patch because it's when we race online. Yeah, I think we turned it off. We'll have a look in. Right. Let's try that in AMS2 and see what it looks like. I would say since the update to AMS2, it is easier to jump from AMS2 to AC. And vice versa. Like, it's closer in handling. Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Skywalk, as well? It's not poor people complaining. It's people that have bought the new 8-bedroom house. It's next to the racetrack. It's a big problem in America, actually, where the racetrack's in the middle of nowhere, and then they keep expanding the towns into where the racetrack is, and then they go, oh, it's so noisy. It's like, yeah, well, you built the houses where there weren't houses. The racetrack was in the countryside, and you've just built houses there, which is fine. Build the houses there, but just be aware that it's going to be noisy. But then the way it pans out is that those houses are more people, and well, it's democracy, so. Gem free. Right, we'll do the Porsche. I mean, it's a new Porsche. And then it was Road at Lantington. And then we'll turn the AI skill down a bit because I'm shit. And then time of day. See if that's right. I haven't run in the LFM now. Well, also they should build the houses with really good soundproofing, which I think by law houses should actually, but like it's a basic thing. If you're building a new house, well, first of all, if they're soundproof, they're probably insulated, so that's good. So they should just be built like that. Alright, let's go like 30 minutes sooner. Yeah, but housing. I mean, my house is ridiculous. I could hear someone whispering next door. But to be fair, my house is hundreds of years old, so it's excusable. But if you're building something newish, it's ridiculous. Even flats are built like shit. Weirdly, so my sister lives in an old house, but it's really nice and solid. It's really good, and it's not that. I mean, you still hear noise comes up the chimney, but it's pretty solid. But you have new flats that are like terrible. It's like, well, you're building a flat. Why not insulate it? Well, it's just saving a little bit of money, isn't it? Oh, this is kind of similar. I know. I think we were better before. I want the lighting to be similar to what we had in AC. It's kind of like 7 PM. I could put time acceleration on. Blue plasterboard. Yeah. You can buy that high density board stuff as well for soundproofing. What's it called? You know, it's like really heavy and you get like these sheets. Because I was looking into how much it would cost, like, to soundproof where I live now and to isolate rooms. But you basically lose like a foot, and then but the problem is you can't do it with old houses without. You'd need a much bigger house, and it costs a fortune. You really need to isolate the entire room. It's ridiculous. But what you really need is air bricks, and then you need like air cavities between the walls, and then you need like you have so you have air gap between the actual things at the sides, but then you have like a gap between the materials, and then you also have the stuff that you use in between. You have to put on stuff that's not rock solid, like little damper type grommetty things. There's loads of stuff, yeah. But that's the only way to really get, like, all the stuff that you can do to old houses doesn't actually really dampen the sound that much. Like, because you really need the air gap, and you really need to levitate the rooms. That's as closest to AC. Oh, the braking. I mean, the AI is definitely better in this because you can drive into them and they don't just wreck you. And I mean, in fairness with this, you don't have to download a bunch of mods to have it look like this. You know, it's in the game, so you can't really dispute the value of that. I think AC looks better though, generally speaking, but this is out of the box, so. A lot of people like that time constraint of having to know what to install is just, that's already like too much for a lot of people. I do think, right, so like the handling of this car compared to the AC Porsche, it's within that range where I think a lot of people probably wouldn't notice that much difference. Like, a good like 80% of sim racers probably wouldn't really notice that much difference. But people that drive real cars a lot or are used to like more realistic sims would notice. Killed him. Yeah, I mean, in terms of sharpness, I don't know. Like, I think the shaders are a bit flat in this at times compared to AC. There's something nicer, more crispy about AC. I'm not quite sure what it is. Could just be track details with the mod tracks. Some aspects of the lighting, a bit more subtle. This has the thing is, I think generally AMS2 has a nicer road surface than AC though. Yeah, like as soon as you start getting into the slides in this and you start pushing, it's like, like as soon as you start trying to actually drive really, you know, you're really pushing for lap time and you're actually focusing more, this just starts feeling a bit like, oh, you know, a bit sluggish, a bit like wish-washy. That's the thing. I think I would say if you're not that experienced at sim racing, you're not that picky with the physics, you know, people aren't going to notice, are they? Baz Motorsports! Hello! Thanks for the raid, we appreciate it. Baz Motorsports. Baz, here he is. Baz Motorsports. Can I have an Baz kebabs? I want a kebab. Yeah, the trees in the background looking... Yeah, the trees being lit by headlights looks awesome. It is pretty life-changing, yeah. Oh, not really, no. Yeah, it's order.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
the normal.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Guys, go and check out Mr. Arbaz. Can we give him a shout out? I need to eat something and my brain's shutting down again. Brain's shutting down. Rewind. Oh, I missed him! Oh, you got damage in this game as well. Don't have that in AC. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think AC looks better. It drives better and looks better, but AMS2's out the box. It's a package. Nice in VR. AI is definitely way better to race in AMS2. The AI in AC is terrible. So bad. So, like, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, if you've got a VR headset and you're like, oh, I want to jump into a race, well, good luck with AC, because you're like just not going to get a race, are you? Like, unless you've got someone a league or something, or you're just going to do hot lapping, or you're going to put up with insanity AI. So, you know. those are things you have to consider that are of more value to other people because they don't have the ability to just host a race. But it is a shame that if the cars would be more snappy and rotate faster in this and have more initial bite, like if the envelope happened in a shorter time frame rather than being so drawn out, then I think that would be like be so much more fun to drive. Yeah, it's not the best online, but I mean LFM might maybe be more popular. I don't know what they'd do with career with this though. Will it just be like race after race with tracked results? I guess. Let's have a look at the servers here. Yeah, there's quite a few people playing online. Right, I tell you what, guys, I might come back for some flight sim later because my sleep's messed up as usual. I need to make a video summarising this, so then I might come back at like in the morning. We'll just stay up all night or something. Yeah. I need to get some food though. It was all right though. I think it's just the problem is AC's better generally speaking, driving wise. So you're like, well, okay. So if you're going to make that comparison, you're then kind of like, well, what's the point? But then if you like AMS2, you're happy with it. If you're playing in VR, you're happy with it. So it's partly the problem I have with even like Race Room and stuff as well. It's like I actually quite like Race Room, but then it's like well, I prefer our AC handles generally speaking. And with iRacing, yeah, I don't like our handles, but it's like, oh, it does have the online racing that you can get that you won't get in anything else. So like this potentially, if you're doing this with low fuel motorsport, that could be quite good. But for me, so what I'm trying to say is, if you already know how to set up AC, which maybe a lot of people don't, but let's say if you've already got AC, AMS2 doesn't really make much point, because if you've already got AC, you've got all the tracks, got all the cars, the handling's better, you've gone through the stupid stuff with AC, you probably do cruising, you probably do the online, that's probably like you'd be like, well, why bother playing AMS2, generally speaking? Why not play it? I mean, if you like lots of sims, by all means have it, it's good fun to have, but well, it doesn't really. If you got AC, you'd be better off just playing AC, right? With iRacing, there's nothing else that offers the online competition. So, but if you're on Steam Deck or you don't have AC, you don't like fiddling with mods, you like some of the Brazilian tracks, you want to just host a game with your friends, that's where AMS2 is pretty good. So, and I think it's a shame that AMS2 is not on console, because I think it would really do wonders and would really fill a gap that's missing on console for jumping like Project Cars 2 type game. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Let's say the problem with Race Room is it's like, I don't mind it. I think it's quite good, and the hot lapping is really good, and the car sounds and physics are actually fine. There's lots of great stuff about Race Room, but then as soon as I play Race Room, I'm like, oh, AC does most of this stuff better. so I'm just like, well, I mean, if Race Room did the ranking, I'd ranked racing and stuff, because the car contact is amazing. So if you had ranked DTM racing, not ranked 90s DTM racing in Race Room, bloody hell, like it would be really playing to its strengths. Because the car contacts that's a really good part of Race Room. That's what's weird with, I think, Sims and a lot of simulators, is often they don't necessarily play to their strengths. They're often quite a big mishmash of stuff. Yeah, Race Room's ranked racing is a bit of a mess. Yeah, but hopefully they do the new system they're doing is good. I don't know. Right. I've had fun though. It's been fun live streaming this and playing AMS2, and I think I wouldn't say game changing. Like the game isn't a changed game, but it's game updating. And I do think this update with the new cars was a good update. I mean, I don't think it's as significant of an update as people are making out. A lot of people are like acting as if the update makes AMS2 like some like you know, like, oh my god, now it's the peak racing sim, or this, you know, oh, it's better than LMU, better than, oh my god, you know, it's clearly not. It's still AMS2. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's not AMS1. It's not pushed it into that bracket of like holy grail simulators, but it is a nice update. Whatever they're saying, whatever floats your car. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna kill iRace. It's like, yeah, no, it's not. That's it's not how that works. But it's a good YouTube thumbnail, isn't it? So it's a good Reddit post. Hey, I'm AMS2. Gonna kill iRacing. Right, but anyway, sim racing, guys. It's how it is. It's pretty funny. Oh god, best sim of 2019 for sure. Imagine if AMS2 launched in this state now. So it's been 5 years. That shows you how hard it is to polish complicated tire models. Because Reza are a very good mod team and development team, right? For that sort of car implementation. You could say they're like... you know, like RSS, or you know, just a very high quality for doing cars, right? And yet, it's taken them let's say 4 years to make AMS2 basically drive like a polished Project Cars 2, with still the underlying slidiness. So, whereas they had like AMS1 was like really good within the first year. Like it was pretty bang on immediately. Yeah, well, Project Cars 2 had loads of bugs and it's all over the place, but there's like loads of content in Project Cars 2. So yeah, I mean, in fairness, Project Cars 2 is just all over the place. But, yeah, it is a lot better than Project Cars 2, but yeah. Right. Here we go. Let me send you to an absolute legend. Thanks for watching, guys. I will hopefully catch you guys in the morning. We'll see how we feel. But it was good fun. Watch out for a video. Thanks for subscribing, liking, and all that lark. Subscribing, donations, using my affiliate links for Black Friday and stuff. Really appreciate it. I will catch you guys soon. Spam tea time in Red Eye's chat. Red Eye Warrior is a really good streamer. Like chilled out guy, funny, like completely mental. Apparently he doesn't need to sleep. He has a full-time job and he's streaming all the time. So I don't know how he does it. Actually the best sim rig in all of sim racing. And he loves helicopters, so I want to marry him. Take care, guys. Goodbye.